It's never at Luigi. Decent, slightly sick. Oh, it sucks. Hopefully nothing too serious. I just have to get back into this level, which is at least 5 rooms long. Is the cold? Oh, not too bad. I'm doing pretty good. Had a bit of a slow day today, but nothing too bad. Had a bit of a gaffe over the weekend with a work thing, so I've been working to fix that. But I have a decent solution, and it's not too bad. Not too bad of a thing. What's up, Zuccotti? A lot of corned beef. Made it. It was pretty tasty. Probably a bit too much for one person, but I can't complain. Not too bad, isn't too bad, it's true. It's a good thing I remember at least part of how I started this. I don't remember the rest of this. How did I do this part? Stuck at the very beginning. It's not where I want to be stuck. So I've already done 2 of these rooms to completion, and the third one I was somewhat close to the end of. Somewhat, I think. And Louis said the last 2 rooms are not nearly as... are more standard hard than Kaizo, which is what this is. But if I'm regressing this badly, it's not a good sign. Then again, I haven't played this since last Thursday. I haven't played any Mario since either, so it'll take a minute to warm up and figure myself out again. Remember which things do which and how the timing has to go. Remember this one being kind of painful. And this one I gotta do a drop. This is to teach you exactly where the hitboxes are, because you'll need that information later. Let's see what else accomplished. Made our progress on Shadow Man, definitely can't complain about that. Wanted to do a bit more, but I got distracted this weekend. I did not have the time, due to very silly distractions. But I'm thinking I'm gonna just try to bull through it this weekend, assuming Friday isn't enough to take it out. We'll see. Cautiously optimistic. And of course, Final Fantasy II tomorrow, starting up another Desi request. Kawaraski's slightly ahead in the queue, but I will get that sorted after I finish Shadow Man, so... That's what I'm looking forward to. I haven't played a point-and-click adventure game in a while, and I do like a good point-and-click adventure game. Just haven't played one on stream. I've been playing some with Snyder. We finished both Siberias. The first one's pretty good. The second one isn't great, and kind of suffers from pacing issues. But it's still kind of fun. Very pretty games if you're into the pre-rendered aesthetic, which both me and Snyder definitely are. Okay, and then slide. There we go. You see, some of the muscle memory is coming back. And some regret is coming back. Okay, that's there. Right. I think I'd rather still be close to the ground. Ah, nope. But yeah, otherwise, I also finished up most of the editing for Final Fantasy III stuff on YouTube, so that's done. It just needs to go out, but I need to get new soup out first, which has audio problems that I've complained about on stream for the last, months. So I'm just gonna bite the bullet and figure it out. Go play on Audacity for a bit. I might post some samples to Discord and figure out which, if any of them, sound better. But we'll see when the time comes. Again, cautiously optimistic. Cautiously optimistic. Been trying to mess with the Inversity first, but I feel like I should just get the soup done, because there's only 2 soups and there's 3 Inversities. I really enjoyed Inversity. I want people to actually play that. I'm not certain me putting, solutions on YouTube is going to help with that, but at least there'll be solutions somewhere. Those are going to be painful ones to do chapters for. It'll probably be worth it, ultimately. Maybe. We'll see. I feel like puzzle games have a nice long tail with them, with that sort of thing, especially more obscure ones. Because I know at least a couple instances I tried to look up a solution. There was nothing out there. Nothing out there. Looking up on Twitch when someone had a playthrough because I was curious how far they got. They didn't get anywhere near where I did. I found that they had played another interesting Japanese puzzle game, and they in fact had dropped a link to it in their Twitch chat, so I pulled that up as a possible thing to do in the future. Could be interesting. Never know. Yeah, if I get past that part, I'm actually doing pretty well. It's not terribly long after that. Like, this isn't actually 1F screens long, thankfully. I mean, whatever the 2D equivalent of 1F screens is, because I actually don't know what that is. I know when you have a layout like this, you're slightly more restricted, because it is like a big square as opposed to a large rectangle of space you can use, and so I don't think you get all 1F screens in the horizontal, but I don't know exactly how they're divvied up. Text 20s, I guess you could do 4x5, 5x4. No, it's 20 hex. So that actually would be more restrictive, wouldn't it? You're restricted out to squares of certain sizes. Well, rectangles, really. I guess 4x16, I guess 8x8 would work okay. No, 8x8 wouldn't work. What am I talking about? Hex 20 is 32, so therefore, it would be, oh, that doesn't actually work. Because I can't think too much about math and try to play games at the same time. Unless the game requires math, like Rama did, in which case I had to do both. It's kind of puzzles you could only really get away with back in the early PC era. Like, look, the aliens all use different bases for their numbers. Isn't that strange? Such a fun game. Vaguely tempted to play it again, but probably not a good use of my time, honestly. Wouldn't be that hard to actually track down, because archive.org has ISOs. Wouldn't even need to borrow it from Snyder. And it's only a 2-disc game, as it turns out. Like, you don't need the 3rd disc, really. The 3rd disc is just kind of there. I think it has some, like, making of stuff and some interviews with Arthur C. Clarke, which is kind of cool. But not really necessary. You like the Piranha Plant thingies? Yeah, they're cute. I like them a bit less, having been in this level for a longer amount of time, but they have an aesthetic. The only problem is you never know which kind is which before you observe it for a little bit, because the flames take a little bit of time to spawn out of them. I'll say to a memory lane. Just talking about adventure games because I've beaten this part before, but my consistency is nowhere near enough to beat it immediately. If this hack had save state support, which it doesn't, I would probably have done that last session, but these things happen. And if I get too frustrated, I can always cheat my way past it, but should at least give it another try. It can't be that bad. I've made it fairly deep into it at least once. So. But adventure games. Was watching an interesting video by One Short Eye, I believe his name is. He's kind of like one of those, like summoning salt, but specifically in a given genre. There's a few people like that, right? But his is adventure games mostly with an emphasis on like Sierra and LucasArts. Go under it. And he put up a video like a couple days ago about a weird King's Quest fan game called An Owl's Quest. Dang, a little bit to the right, or a little bit to the left. And I didn't think it would take an hour to explain what was going on, because Owl's Quest is an adventure game of all of 4 whole screens and 4 whole items. Like, it's a very silly little game that's mostly poking fun at Cedric the Owl from Final Fantasy V. King's Quest V! Who was voiced by just some random dude at Sierra because they didn't feel like paying voice actors at that point. Or really didn't know if it was worthwhile to get people to do proper voice acting. A thing they remedied in King's Quest VI. Boy, did they. Like, some of them aren't bad. Like, King Graham is actually pretty decent. But other ones aren't very good. Cedric the Owl is generally regarded as pretty awful. The point was made by the guy who did the voice in the video that kids really liked Cedric the Owl, whereas adults really hated him. So very bifurcating. But yeah, it went to a lot of places and covered a lot of interesting ground, like Sierra history, and then finally actually getting into other games this particular guy had made, because he made it in Adventure Game Studio, which is sort of an open source, I think it's open source, hackable adventure game engine that people use a lot for assorted adventure games nowadays, including some ones you can actually buy for money, surprisingly. But he had made a few other weird ones, and he eventually, One Eye Short, eventually got a interview with the guy. Managed to track him down from his website that didn't look like it had been updated since like 2008. But apparently the contact form still worked, so. And basically what he said was, yeah, I made those all in high school and middle school. That's why they're so bizarre and crap. But they are really interesting looking games. For instance, one of them, all of the characters' rights are done in like claymation, and he just made the claymation models and sort of had them waddle through it. And because they're chickens, it kind of works. Though the puzzles did not look right, and did look like they were a bit broken, but that's a problem that comes with inexperience and lack of testers. So, anyway, it was interesting. I would recommend it. Do you know about Ahoy? He uploads Vituxan Depths. I do not know about Ahoy. I am not familiar with him. But I am curious. Want to drop a link, I would check that out after the fact. I always like finding channels, especially ones that are covering games that are more outside of the purview of the standard speedrun community. Like, don't get me wrong, I did enjoy watching, like, was it the Mario 3 100% thing that was put out, like, a week ago? That was cool, but I do enjoy more obscure game information as well. There's a really good one by Average Tray, I think it is, about Sunshine's assorted category histories. Might be getting my Sunshine runners mixed up. But it's always cool when you come across like one of those more small subculture-y types. So. A lot of cool videos with one that went viral was about the first video game. Oh, interesting. Which first video game? I mean, Tennis for Two? Space War? There might even be ones before that if you're going to count like electromechanical stuff. Let me pop that open so I can catch it later. Because that's an interesting question. It clearly could not be easily answered if it takes an hour to talk about it. There we go. Goes in depth about what makes a video. I mean, you have to if you're going to try to make a statement about the first video game. Because I'm certain there's an awful lot of things that could easily fit the category. And then would result in further debate. Another interesting channel, I guess since we're on that subject of like the infotainment YouTubers that I listen to sometime, is GST Mix. And he does some interesting in-depth things about various video game composers. And finds out, finds interviews and other useful information. Tries to find context. While, like, the whole thing's not like pop-up video, if that rings a bell. Like, it's all told through, like, subtitles. While music from the composer plays generally in sort of a chronological order, but not always. Sometimes he pulls back and switches between various systems when it's necessary for the narrative and things like that. He's also done interviews with, like, musicians for various games, which is interesting. I think his best one was actually, basically, at the heart of it, looked like a shitpost, but turned out to be a really interesting video about the music of Crazy Bus, which is a Brazilian Genesis homebrew that is known mostly for its interesting aesthetics and terrible music. My understanding, however, is that Crazy Bus was designed to be a demo for this dude's like Genesis Basic package, and so it kind of makes sense that it's crap. Like, no one ever said Gorilla.bass was awesome. But it certainly showed you how to do things. having a pack-in for explaining how to do things in your game language definitely helps. Deep. Okay. Let's not immediately flub these. That jump out felt really late. Oh, I should have just gone. Oh, you love the channel? Excellent! Yeah, he's definitely not as widely known as some of the other video game infotainment channels, but he covers such a small niche. His most recent video was about how he claimed... Narratively, it was about how some better game developer stole his idea, but that was mostly just the framing to set it up, because he had a idea for a video game on like a Rubik's Cube, and he discovered that a guy later who got his game published, Flash game published through Adult Swim, had come up with the same idea but made it better and actually published it. And so he ended up discussing the reasons behind that and sort of some of the stuff he did back in the day and why he was kind of hamstrung and the solutions that the other developer had found to solve the problems that he had with his game. It was interesting. Very much a personal passion project, but it was a cool video. So you want to Anakize it? Yep. It's just this level. Everything else in this is pretty much fundamentally standard. There's a few sections where like you're required to be small or not lose your power up in certain ways, but for the most part, it's fair. And then there's this area. Louis tells me that the fourth and fifth rooms are a lot more standard, but I haven't been there yet. I've only seen like half the third room. I wanted to play Toho, but I got really close last time. That dry bone section, I think, is pretty much the end. But yeah, I kind of gone back and forth on it. We'll see. I'll probably discuss it with Louis at some point. Because I don't want to give it the wrong Kaizo tag either. And the difficulties are kind of fuzzy. We only have 3 settings, you know? It's kind of like a toaster. To get the perfect Pop-Tart, you might need to use a weird setting. You never know. And every toaster is different. No 2 toasters are the same. Especially because you're never going to know what it does the first time you plunge it down. It might do anything. Especially because that little knob could have been moved since the last time you checked. Just saying, toasters are fundamentally untrustworthy. Of all kitchen appliances, they are the least trustworthy kitchen appliance. Even egg beaters are more trustworthy. I don't like where that is, but it's okay. Ah. But yeah, I think it'd be one of those things where, like, when you add a tag like that, it does inform the audience a little bit, but can also keep people away from a hack they might otherwise enjoy. Which I don't think is a thing that factors into my decision here, but it is something to keep in mind. There are some people who will never play a kazoo hack, because they're just not kazoo people. And that's completely fair. I'm glad at least we can have 2 difficulty tags now. One of kazoo and one of normal, of standard. That has changed the calculus a lot, and it's actually a lot nicer than it used to be. Okay. I think I'm fine. Queso. Okay, that one turns around. I was kind of worried it didn't. Like, this is an endeavor I've done before. Okay, here we are. Well, that was... I bullshitted that. 100%. 100% bullshit. Reminds me, before this happens, because it occurs to me I should have turned this off earlier. And also, I should do this. Safe. Jar. I don't know what that means. Let's see. Why does it always choose Spanish? Transform. Henshin or something like that. Anyway, we got to the second level. Oh, right. You can kind of see how this is. It's one of those, we're going to reprise an awful lot of the mechanics we've just used kind of levels. Whereas I don't think those particular Piranha Plant type had gotten much play before this level. The block power-up has gotten a lot of play. And you are not allowed to take a hit while you got your block power-up, or else you lose your blockage. And there's no slop in your blockage. You have to do it exactly as is intended. Oh. I just need to hold on to Y. I don't know why I'm letting go of Y there. But still, only took me 20 minutes. There we go. At least this part's free. You find it funny that? Nope! Previously, that setup was working really well for me, where I just kind of did one at a time, but I guess the specifics of that setup were a bit lost to me, having not had to do it for a while. Kaizo is just remodeled, so Kaizo model is modified Mario. Oh, okay. Buck ton of debate about what it actually means. It means exactly what Takamoto meant, and nothing less. And nothing more, probably, too. One of those, does he know or even care how much debate has been spawned upon that? Could easily see him looking up the internet and be like, damn, that's a lot of weird shit people have done in my name. Or he could, just become a salaryman, got a wife and kids, and gotten busy with life. When was it supposed to mean anything in the first place? Exactly. For all we know now, he's like a vice president of sales at, like, I don't know, Matsumoto Fish Concern or something. Man could be doing anything. But still, he could still be in the games industry if you wanted, too. Theoretically. Kind of hilarious if, like, it turns out that it was actually Kojima all along or something. Mildly in character for him, too. Alright, there we go. Okay. I've kind of lost the feeling for how I'm supposed to do that part, but at least I vaguely remember this. Like, you bonk there, but that's fine, because there's enough space to kind of move anyway. Oh, this one. Okay, gotta remember how to do this. I think I want to wait till the last second to jump. Wait, I've got to go under it first. That's the other important part. Ah, nope, I didn't do it right. Kojima's the one dev you'd never put your money on. Yeah, fair. He was also in the industry before Kaizo happened, so very unlikely. Seems more likely that Takamoto and his friend would have been in, like, college when that kind of thing happened, or possibly high school. The times in one's life when it has the time to do such things. At least especially in Japan, as far as I understand it. So college would be more likely, by all accounts. I might be too low. I am too low. What's up, Noah? Sacrifices gameplay for story. Ah, yeah. And Kaizo never does. Except if it's made by Faro and, or Daizo sometimes. I don't want much story. Not much gameplay they would sacrifice for it. Story matters to them a lot more than the average Kaizo hacker. Power's out? Oh, that sucks. I'd ask how you're watching, but I have a pretty good idea the answer is a phone. Hopefully it comes back soon. Oh right, I found that last time. I already put a marker up for it. I remember like last time I've had a power outage, and I think I've been fortunate to have missed the times when there have been power outages. I know there was a power outage sometime around Christmas. Maybe no, it was early January. But I was out of town when it happened, and the only reason I knew that it had happened is one of my computers had rebooted, and so it didn't do one of its important cron jobs of the day, which is post a video to YouTube. Might it be like Maddie? Maddie allegedly makes all... Yeah, I don't know. I think Maddie joined the game industry a bit late for that. I feel like there's got to be a comfortable medium there. Allegedly. Corners are just suggestions. I don't Kappa. Oh. I still feel it important to document, but I don't have that many notes anyway. There's like one per video. I think all of the ones from the prior video... not that... Actually, I don't remember the one. The only one in the prior video was that corner. And the one before that, I think, was mostly the soft lock stuff. I think I might have found like one other thing, but like this game is pretty clean in terms of minor defects. And of course, the fact that you can start select A, B out of stages and die at any point in time helps a lot. Makes any soft lock more irrelevant, especially in levels where there's kind of on purpose ones. Bennett Fody. That'd be funny, but I don't think so. My money's definitely on a Japanese person who was living in Japan. Like, not necessarily born in Japan, but certainly someone who's culturally Japanese. There's something about him. For some reason, we're speculating on Takamoto's true identity. Not very successfully, of course. Because we may never know. How do I do that? Also, while Bennett Fody like has a certain aesthetic style that is similar to Kaizo, I think it's much more likely that Kaizo influenced him. Well, you think he said that Getting Over It was mostly influenced by, was it Sexy Hiking or something? I legit thought that was a dead run, but it wasn't. It's convenient, of course, that in Getting Over It, it's effectively developer commentary in conjunction with the gameplay at the same time. You don't get that in a whole lot of games without having to go into a menu. Like, I know Portal has, like, allegedly really good... Portal and Portal 2 have, like, good developer commentary. Never actually listened to them much. I know allegedly, at least. I want to proc a block first, because I have to jump up immediately. Dang it. Game Maker game called Sexy Hiking. I mean, there's no shame in using Game Maker to make something. The engine is not nearly as important as the actual game itself. But yes. How you doing, Herosoft? Ah, there we go. You know you use Game Maker. Fair. They were actually, I remember there being like some decent, I believe they're called click-and-play games back in the day. I think Game Maker descends from that game-making system. But I had fun playing like some Commander Keen fan games that way back in the day. The physics were always wrong because most people who were making fan games at that point didn't know enough to actually implement physics in a reasonable way. Some things with like whole pixels and you fall off things faster than you fall down when jumping and weird things like that. Still one of those things I'd love to explore at some point is like Commander Keen mods. Curious if there's like Kaizo Keen out there. It's like, I know like Doom WADs have an awful lot of like really difficult shit. Like, no doubt about that. But like other communities, I don't know if they're quite as fixated on the difficulty and precision. Not to say Doom's necessarily a precise game either, but I guess it can be at the high levels. Oh, for fuck's sake. No way they added the Mario Maker Death Balls. How you doing, Mr. Napkino? No, those are mine. So, I have an entire system rigged up on the... So what's going on here is I have an SD to SNES, also known as FX Pack Pro. And on top of it, it's got a USB port. And using the USB port, I can read out some interesting values out of memory while playing. And so whenever I die, I read that I've died, and read where I've died, and I've got an overlay in OBS that plots out the death markers. There are a couple hacks that have death markers in them, but the only one that comes to mind is D to the 4th's troll hack. So, the more you know. It also allows for like changing the character and stuff, but that isn't going to happen in this game because it's a little bit fragile, and crashing would really suck. This particular game uses SA1, and so things can get a little hairy. Game Maker allows for visual scripting and writing things in its own coding language. Oh, interesting. Visual programming languages are one of those things I feel should be really awesome, but then I look at them and I'm like, man, I'd rather just type out code. Like, anytime I see a visual programming language, I'm like, outside of like Verilog stuff, things that write Verilog for you based upon graphs, because like actually managing the graphs would suck when you're wiring up so many pins. It's the structural Verilog stuff that you really want to have the HDL handle it for you, or whatever the hell, the GUI handle it for you. The Active was a piece of shit, and probably still is. Yeah, that's how you do that part. Okay, grab that. I hate that part. Okay, good. Right, focus. Okay. Cool. Alright, I've reclaimed part 3. Daisy? Okay. Set that up in a sec. Now that I'm in part 3, it's a lot easier. Oh, is that what the USB port is for? Yeah, that's what it's for. One of the things it's useful for. There's a whole bunch of stuff you can do with it, including like modifying the games on the fly, which is I'm about to demonstrate, I suppose. Daisy, was it? The E for the JJ, and the H, and the GG. There we go. Got Daisy now. There's other stuff you can do with it that isn't necessarily that. Multi-world stuff. Oh man, she looks vampiric. Well, that's how we're gonna play this now, with Vampire Daisy. What else did I do? I've done a multi-world thing. I implemented a multi-world thing for Mario RPG and SMW that all used USB to SNES. Some of the easier stuff you could do on it, move games onto the console, onto the flash drive without yanking the, onto the SD card without yanking the SD card, which is probably one of my favorite things, even though it's incredibly uninteresting. Like, it's not showy at all, but it does get the job done really well. I basically never, ever, ever pull out the SD card to load things. Like, I think I've done it like twice in recent memory, and one of those cases was sort of a special case. So, okay, how's this next part go? What's this? Never give up. Thank you. I am encouraged. So this was in Keck World? I mean, what I think of now when I hear this is Undertale, because it came from Undertale. But it is also music that in an SMW hack, I think, yeah, shit's about to go down. Okay. You know, considering this is my first try, I'm doing really well. My first real try. Alright, now here's the part where I fuck it up. Wait, can I spawn this? I can spawn it. Okay, well, I still didn't do it right, but at least I don't have to spawn it in mid-air. That helps. So apparently I've retained almost all of the muscle memory I need for this level, which is really good, because I was really worried about that. There are parts that I can kind of like let it go on autopilot, but not very many of them. Now, let's see what else have I done. Yeah, I screwed the jump there. Name changing in RPGs. Like for Final Fantasy V, I've got that rigged up. Haven't done a Final Fantasy V run in like half a year because we're outside of the Fiesta season. But that's coming up soonish, I think like June or July, so have to find something to do with squiggles there. Chat hacks, of course, where I let people modify my SNES's RAM and load up their own little assembly modules at runtime, which is often chaotic. Very, very chaotic. Probably the funniest thing that's happened with that was Max's module that just turns the game into Super Mario World, or Super Mario Bros. Just straight up Super Mario Bros. Off the NES. It still uses the SMW engine for music, but other than that, it's a very standard SNES experience. It's not All Stars. He literally ported the original Mario Bros. To the SNES for this. Though it does take 2 modules because of reasons. Bank constraints, of course, which the NES doesn't... Well, it has those, but it has them different. Surprised you can change it without messing with the palette? Oh, I changed the palette, too. It's actually one of the easier bits. Change the character is a little bit tricky. Change the palette's surprisingly easy. But this particular hack overrides the palette when we're in Red Star or Red Cape form. So you can see that like this is the normal Daisy palette when I land. But right now I'm in this vampiric Daisy palette, which is not what this is supposed to look like at all. Neither the blue one. Those ones look best on Mario. But for other characters, they look okay, surprisingly. They could look a lot worse, but they look okay. I think part of it is an awful lot of palettes are based loosely off of Mario anyway. Like, keep the flesh color around the same. And so if you're still using the same slots for the same sorts of things, it'll still look okay. Which is why this looks mostly fine, though it's a little bit weird and vampiric. Other things wouldn't fare so well. Ones where, like, they're not really a human character. Like, there's a bunch in there if you look at the channel points of reward. But things like Tangy and the other Animal Crossing animals, not so much. Yeah, chat hacks Bowser fights. Oh god. I could spend 2/3 of the time beating levels, and then another third just fighting Bowser. And because he's decided he's just gonna spin in place, or because he no longer throws Mecha Koopas. He instead throws Jumping Koopas. And whenever you hit a Jumping Koopa, it leaves behind a hurt box for reasons that no one can adequately explain. Or because there's one of those ghost house floor holes in the middle of the arena, and that makes it surprisingly difficult. I am really shocked that nobody, at least to my knowledge, has done that as a Bowser fight outside of this, because, like, it's nightmarishly irritating. Reject my humanity. He's suddenly fat for no reason, yeah. Messing with the matrices for Bowser is a lot of fun. It's a fine way to spend your time chat hacking. I'll be here all week. Try the veal. Or don't. Remember the first time Bowser just started spinning in place? I completely lost it. That was a really early chat hacks. There's a clip somewhere deep in the Twitch archives. Dang it. Worst you did was loading generators in a real hack. It's a fairly common thing, because like, generators are just easy to add. Don't know exactly. I think you could do it by, like, with sprites. I know you can do it with Uber ASM, because that's trivial, but I assume you can also do it by having sprites that load that. But yeah, Fish Fountain is kind of annoying, but not intractable. What are other, like, a really annoying... Side exit. Side exit is truly the worst thing. And in fact, it might still be banned, actually. I think I banned it for like 10,000 years. And of course, Max goes and makes a module to undo that, since I'm not going to scan modules to check for banned addresses. Yeah, I was looking at all of my recent stuff I've done on YouTube, since it always uploads videos after I'm done. And there were two things that came to mind. Is I haven't done any game for my own edification since, like, Sonic. And the other one was, I guess, Hotel Mario, but does it really count? I don't think so. And the other one is I haven't had Jet Axe in a fucking long time. I think it was like early January. So I probably should schedule one of those, because I wanted to do them like once a month, but real life intervenes. Channel Point reward stuff's kind of taken priority for a while. They're kind of painful to do in practice. So, like jumping fish, then Phase 3 turns them off and loaded Goombas instead. Ugh. That was dumb. Paragoombas and the stomps of Bowser were faster and lower, and if you happen to stand on the floor when Bowser stomps, you got hit and stunned. Had to nerf the Viper Wing Parachute Goombas because Jess can do it. Ugh. Yeah, that does sound awful. Being paralyzed if you're on the floor when Bowser stomps just sounds ridiculously painful. Because he does it so often. And you're often really close to Bowser when he does it. Just because there's not that much arena and his stomp arc is pretty wide. Let's see. What else have I gotten done? I bought a few games in the Steam sale recently. Mostly ones that were on the list of games that I have on the request list. Been working on putting together the things to do for April Fool's Day, which I still admit is not going to be as technically interesting as some of the prior ones. Though I think the idea is still sound. I talked to Squiggles about one of the specifics of it, and he agreed to let me do a thing. So at least that'd probably be funny. Go from trivial to the hardest phase of the boss. The thing is, like, Phase 3 is such a nice, relaxing phase compared to some of the other ones. Like, Phase 2 is the longest thing, just because you have to wait so long between, like, actually important things. And when you were fighting a Bowser with the hole in the middle, you only can ever use about half of the magic Mecha Koopas he drops. And you can't use the other half, they're just gone. So good luck. Like, if I get to the third phase, I generally feel pretty confident that I can beat a Bowser fight. But that's an if. There's a lot of Bowser fights I don't even, like, get a hit in. I still find it interesting there's the one spot in this level that I could take a hit. Really. I could do it with the bats over there, but it wouldn't be useful. I've actually gotten past that part of taking a hit. Alright, we're back to this spot. Ignore bat. Oh, okay. Didn't screw it up yet. I don't know the angle for that. How much of this level do I have left? More than half. How you doing, Faro? I presume that was a, well, I have time to test something, and I think the answer is probably no today. Turn on game requests really quick so you can request a game with your... I'm tempted, but, like, there's 25 more of them to do. I'm tempted. But how you doing, Faro? Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to do testing tonight. I mean, basically, if I get this part done quicker, Louis says the last two sections are a little bit kinder and less Kaizo-y. And then there's a boss. So I still have a long way to go. This is the start to middle of the third section. And I don't think I've ever seen the end of the third section. The closest I've gotten is that jump off the vine to the block that I have not completed, but I've gotten twice. Like, I've actually hit the block. I wasn't successful, but I hit the block. So I've made a progress in consistency somewhere. You kidding? Had nothing to test, just curious. Fair enough. And after you beat that Bowser boss, surprised that nobody went for this, you still actually can move while he dies. He drops into their bowling ball where the Peach comes out. You got everybody with that? Oh, that's like a straight up I want to be the guy type of trap. I like that. I like that a lot. It'd be like even really like a good way to go into a fourth phase if you were going to do that. It'd be really surprising. Yeah, I'm so curious about the guy who ported the Pizza Tower tunes. Like, it's weird that he works in the medium of Add Music K, but I did notice that he apparently has participated in Super Famicom, which I think requires that. So maybe he's just a fan of the Super Nintendo musical aesthetic. But honestly, I don't know. Still a very strange thing to me. Like, I feel like you'd work in a different medium if you just liked the tracker aesthetic. Like, there's gotta be trackers that let you make music that's similar, but not necessarily add musicable. But I guess Composer was working on something that would let people work in a more of a standard editing environment. Well, no, now I'm dead. So, tier day favorite troll, nice. That's your theory too? Yeah. Like, when you're doing, like, NES tracker stuff, like, there's a tracker for it you can use. I don't know if it produces something usable, because, like, you have to produce code to make music on the regular Nintendo. And so I have to assume there's either some engine that allows you to inject the result of that, or it makes code for you? I don't really know. Because you need to be changing out, like, oscillator values and making your square waves narrower, or whatever the hell you do. I don't understand enough about music to actually make decent, compelling arguments here. Moderating or moderating? Half a dozen of one, 6 of the other. How you doing, Earthmelon? Composer's tool allows people to edit as a program such as Composer's tool allows people to edit is a program such as Music Core. Okay. How you doing, John Black Sheep? Yeah, we're just kind of wondering. Pharaoh stumbled across someone who had been porting tracks from Pizza Tower to Super Nintendo stuff. And he distributes Add Music files and all of the sample data you need for it, which is just kind of cool. And Pizza Tower has really good music. I'm hoping that this guy figures out how to port Pizza Time, because that track slaps. Or one of those, one of the boss themes too. Those are also really good. It inserts. Oh. Crap. Made a synth using an oscillator or something like that. Use a light bulb that heats up and cools down. Oh, that's kind of cool. Lap 2. Yeah, Lap 2 is also really good. I mean, the game is full of really good musical tracks. Like, the levels have good music. Like, it's just a really well-done game. If you haven't played Pizza Tower, go play Pizza Tower. Don't watch me. Play Pizza Tower. Heat and cooling makes it a variable resistor. Oh, that's kind of cool. I'm trying to think of how that would work. Yeah, because I guess there are resistance does change with certain... I think you might have nerd sniped me. It's been too long since I've done, like, that level of EE material stuff. Ah! The Death I Deserve Ioli is the Lap 2 song name? Yes. The names are also amazing. There's a lot to like about it. Hope he does actually introduce the player choice thing where you can be the noise. Because who doesn't really want to be a bad knockoff of the Noid in Pizza Tower? Here we go. Intentionally bad, of course. Trying to source those bulbs, though. They're the type they put in cars. Oh, like they put in the type that you leave on accidentally and it runs out your battery? Is that the kind we're talking about? Because those are the ones I always think about when it comes to light bulbs in cars. The ones that are in, like, the center bubble thing. You know, not that this has happened to me multiple times in my life. Even now, when my car actually starts up, I'm always a little bit happy, because I just don't expect it to happen. It's not like it's a bad battery either, it's just I don't drive enough to constantly top it off. So... would be nice to know it will actually start. I was actually going to go to a friend's thing once, and I basically said, yeah, I'm a little bit sick, I might go, and I'm like, you know what? My car's not starting? No, I'm not going. I'm staying in bed. So, it was very much, I'm just kind of done. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Pizza Tower found a way to make a platformer stealth level fun. Oh, that is true. Paneling indicator lights. Oh, okay, that's less annoying. Yeah, the Five Nights at Freddy level, I initially didn't care for it much, but the further I got in, the more I appreciated the ideas going on there. And it's clearly Five Nights at Freddy inspired. But it's also not annoying. Like, it actually works. Minus, like, the jump scare's a little annoying the first couple times, but once you're, like, expecting it, it's not that bad. It doesn't wear on you. And it does help that, like, the jump scare thing serves a level purpose. Like, you're actually using those occasionally to destroy platforms to make it so you can go places. Okay. I think what I need to do is throw it and jump back on the vine so I can pick a better angle and not let go of Y partway through. I think that might be what I need to do. I kind of wonder if it's like a very Kaizo-esque trick. Because I know that when you let go of Y to, like, drop a shell, you do lose a bit of momentum. But it's been a while since I've done things like that, so... Also, it's very possible I'm letting go of B as well. I might not be doing the proper ungrab. Oh, it's not meant to be scary, no. It's not, but it's still, the game is screaming at you, like the first couple times. Like, oh, I know what this game, I know what the level's about now, once you see it a couple times. The animation Peppino makes when he gets jump scared is hilarious. Like, absolutely hilarious. Turns into, like, a little, like, what are those things? Those, like, cymbal monkeys? It's kind of like that, except he has an accordion because he's Italian. Definitely a game I want to replay again. I didn't play it on stream just because, like, it's fun. But, like, if you want to play the game well, you gotta put the time in. That is not an easy game. It's an easy game to beat. Hard game to master. Not even, like, easy, but still, like, you can get to the end with very little pizza stuff. I think I finished about 70% in, like, 5 hours or something, I forget. 70% I'm very sure on. Oh, man. Pizza. He ranked the whole game and got all the costumes? Damn. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, it was dead. I forgot to land. Definitely Mad Lad material there. Yeah, P ranking isn't easy. Like, you really need to actually start thinking about how you want to plot yourself through certain levels. And some levels you've got to be doing the weird gimmicks too. Like golfing. That golf level is so weird. The fact that you're, like, batting around a piece of cheese that's going to be put on a burger is a really weird aesthetic idea for mini golf. I really don't get it. If there's a joke here, I do not understand it, other than just plain old surrealism. Yeah, I don't know if I'd be able to do it either. It would take a decent amount of time and dedication, at least for me. I would generally find it easy to beat a level on the first try, but I didn't always find all the things, and I'm sure as hell I wasn't going fast enough to do a second lap at any time. I think I only ever got caught by Pizza Face, like, once. And possibly the war level, but the war level is the war level, and that has its own set of constraints. Mostly because I didn't realize that there were some computers somewhere that I needed to hit. So I missed one of the early ones and was like, oh, I don't know what's going on here. So plotting those out are important. He was getting like, man, I'll never be able to do it. And then he started doing it in Gutter John, and once he got there, he just kept going. That's still pretty awesome. Well, maybe I'll have to give it another try. Go and sit down and figure out my route through Gutter John. I'd like to have at least one P rank, I think. I think I would be satisfied with that to start with. And I can't imagine John Gutter is all that difficult to get the P rank on, because it's a pretty linear stage with, I don't think, any gimmicks. Like, almost all the other levels have at least a gimmick. I don't think Gutter John has any. What's up, Olin Vintage? How you doing? I guess I could just walk that if I want to. That might be easier than spin jumping. I'm still on this. I might be on this for a long time. I beat the first 2 sections pretty quick, though. So that took less than like 40 elapsed minutes, which was nice. War's Beginner Trap. Are you someone who hasn't seen the level or doesn't know about it? He's 100% gonna die. Yep! I would agree with that. Especially because some of the computers are in weird spots where you're not necessarily looking because you're panicking because of the timer. I do love Peppino's self-image in the upper right-hand corner during that level, though. It's so good. Looks like Rambo. You did your first try? Damn. I think I missed an important computer. I also, like, opted to try to get some of the secrets, thinking the game wouldn't put me on that tight of a timer, and no, it did. Because I didn't find some of the computers I needed to find. That's the only one that took me a few tries. I had a couple, like, I had one false start with the FNAF level. In part because I was playing the game when my sister was here, and I'm like, these jump scares are kind of loud, even once I've lowered the volume. I don't think I want to do this while she's trying to sleep. So I didn't. I went to the war level instead for a while. And I did whatever the other level was on the 3rd level. I forget which one it is, though. Oh, it's the one with the, what's the word I'm looking for? Priests? There's a closer word. Exorcists. That's what I'm looking for. Exorcists. But I kind of went through the game kind of slowly. I didn't, like, binge, despite what that one pizza tells you to do. Pizza Scare is the hardest level to P rank. Oh, interesting. You're good? Excellent, Vintage. Depends how you do it. If you just play through the level, if you get up more of a time. Your bro entered the bonus in hopes of the timer to stop. Yep, that's what happened to me. I was like, oh, the timer should stop. Nope. I did check since GDQ's submission queue is open. There are a non-trivial number of Pizza Tower runs in there already. I want to say I counted at least 4, and one which was trying to play off of the fact that the game is mildly related to Pizza Tower, which is weird. I mean, aside from Mort the Chicken, I can't really say how easily it is. And the fact that he got permission for Mort the Chicken is also still weird to me. Okay. Back to this. Okay, cool. What's my angle? That worked. Alright, cool. First try. Now it's a new PB. Or it's actually a level where it's better to do secrets. And treasure in lap 2. That actually makes a lot of sense, since, like, once you get into lap 2, you have the ability to gain more time by hitting the monitors. You already know where they are. And you're guaranteed that time afterwards. That makes a lot of sense. They don't. Oh, the monitors don't. Oh, I guess you. But they give you like a lump of time at the end, right? They must. I can't imagine there's that much spare time from all the monitors. Get a bunch of start lap 2. Okay. Yeah, you can tell I didn't try. I did not try to lap 2 that at all. I just went. I guess I did watch someone speedrun, so I should have known. No, it wasn't 100% speedrun. They only did like any percent, so I guess I wouldn't have noticed. I think I was sitting there recently when someone got 3rd place, like a couple, maybe a week ago. Wanted something to watch or to listen to in the background while I was working. Found some random streamer who was doing Pizza Tower. speedruns. Turns out he was actually quite good. You never know. It's a beautiful game to watch a speedrun for, though. Mad Lad did even... Oh yeah, Lap 3 stuff. I've been suggested a lot of Lap 3 content, or just random, like, Pizza Tower mods. I think the funniest one I've seen was, can you beat the final boss under pizza time? And his short answer was no. Someone in the comments like, well, yeah, you didn't beat him in time. You took 5 minutes. Gotta be faster. Which, fair. I imagine it is possible to beat that boss in under 5 minutes if you're not taking damage and first cycling things and holding on to your ammunition correctly. And get good rolls on certain attacks. I imagine that might be important. But the last one seems a lot less random. Than some of the other fights. Okay. Grab brick. Throw brick. Square up. Pray. Okay, not so bad. Okay, cool, I get to stand. Thanks, I hate it. What am I gonna do here? Oh, that wasn't so bad. Good! There's space below. Okay, good. There's still space. I see a power-up filter. That's a good sign. Mod that restores lap 3 that spawns pizza face when you enter it. Wars and saying, oh, I bet. Since you don't get time for lap 3, they gotta... Oh, God. Some people's kids. Okay. What could be down here? Oh. Death. Oh, do we have to? Oh, this isn't bad. Interesting. I was really expecting it to be some, like, grind-ish... I don't know, like some of those more, aesthetic songs out of Casio. But I'm glad it's not that. And I did notice the things in the back are gears. I think that might be... How the fuck do I do this? Background looks vaguely familiar, like it might be from Mario RPG. But we made progress. This is the 4th section. Alright, that's how you do that. And it's an auto-scroller. Oh, are you... Why does it have to be this? Of all of the things it had to be... Okay. Thought we were done with the bricks. Backgrounds from Metroid Zero Mission? Really? Where in the game? I've played Metroid Zero Mission, but it's been a long time. Okay, you just have to land a little bit further on that block than I think you do. That's not so bad. Oh, no, I have to drop. Maybe I shouldn't bother with ducking there. Alright, actually, handbrake / beverage break since I've... Okay, it took an hour to get this far. But I'm fairly confident I could beat that again, if necessary. Has a few uses in the game, would say Norfair. Huh. I guess I can see it. Like if I'm looking at craters rather than gears, because I thought I was looking at gears. Fast pipes. Made by Green Hammer Bro. And seen frequently in hacks. Wanted to re-grab B. It was a bad idea. It was B for bad idea. Speaking of bad ideas, I actually need to go like, oh no, you can't jump from the get-go. Need to go burn some CDs. At some point in the near future. Somebody see Metroid Zero Mission Cave? It's normally green. Oh, that makes so much more sense. That would make so much more sense. Ah, no! At least I figured out the secret to that starter bit. Okay. Ah! I panicked. Hoping at least... Oh, I thought I had that. Like, I get the Yoshi head. Why is there an iguana hidden somewhere? Like, it really looks like kind of a bit like Chameleon Man from Flash Chameleon? I forget what the particular Robot Master moniker is. The Chameleon from Mega Man X, just a little bit, but in the sense that it looks like that class of lizard, but that it's a large class of lizard. What? Oh, I have hearts. I can walk off. Right. Okay. Sting Chameleon, thank you. Speaking of games I haven't played in a while. That's one I actually own a physical copy of. I've got a physical copy of Mega Man X. Even back in the day, it was very temperamental to get to work. It's got its fancy bonus chip in it, whatever particular thing it uses. Okay, well, you know. Alright, well, since getting hit is not the end of the world, at least we can get scout ahead a little bit. Nah, it's too far. I will say that the this part right here is a little annoying because it's just an extra bit of waiting before you get to start this. But I suppose the obvious answer is obvious. I just need to get good. Coming soon. Nope. Maybe not coming soon. Oh man. What else of interest have I done recently? Really nothing all that cool. You literally cannot take this foreground seriously. I mean, how could you? It's got a Yoshi skeleton. It's very silly. Like, it's even kind of meant to be silly, I think. Well? No, you mean... I'm curious. You know what's the meme with Mario's Mystery Meat? I actually don't. I've never played Mario's Mystery Meat. The only thing I know about it is at some point you fight, what's his name? Like, the Mr. Dinklebert or something? Dinkelberg. And he wants you to sit on him or something? That's the meme I know of. I think that's the only thing I've seen out of that hack. So, I'm pretty sure the whole thing is like a lot of memes, if I'm not mistaken. Kind of like how Diagonal Mario is a lot of memes piled on each other. It's not just one. There's a lot going on there. Really should start not getting hit there. I could try to fall down, but I just don't know if I trust it. No, I just have to go for it there. Like, is this foreground tile set used to represent meat? I guess I could see it kind of being hamburger-esque. I guess. I mean, uncooked hamburger-esque, obviously. Got bones. It could be meat. Like, meat and bones go together pretty well. I'm out of speculation. This has sniped me a little bit. I guess that's an interesting thing I found out. I found out that Ultra 3D Mini Golf had a canceled sequel that eventually got leaked. That was kind of interesting to discover. Alright, got a Know Your Meme link, okay. My meat watching me open incognito for the 9th time today. Oh my. Oh my. Tells it's supposed to be inside of Vinny's meat. Oh, okay. There's so many things I think I could say, and so few that I want to. But I think, yeah, once you have that association, it'd be very difficult to take seriously. Very, very difficult to take seriously. We're in Vinny's meat right now. I don't know. Maybe one day I'll have to play it for some edification. Kind of like I played Donut's Troll level at some point. Still absolutely love the castle bit there. Yeah, I think the last time I just played a Super Mario World hack, not a level, a hack for the hell of it, was the hardest hack based upon that Flash game. And that took me way too long. Someone who actually had beaten it the same night rated me, and it had only taken them 30 minutes in total. I think some of it, and if I have a valid John, it's this, is that diagonals are tricky on SNES controllers. That's my one relatively useful argument, is it's just not a controller meant for diagonals. A lot easier to do on a more modern controller or on a keyboard, where you can keep your things completely orthogonal. Use that meat as the VTuber avatar for a bit. Oh, ugh. Interesting. Yeah, I really don't know that much about that. Like, every once in a while I'll get a video recommended to me, or I'll notice a link, but that's about it. By video recommended, I mean like YouTube's algorithm, not like someone specifically says, "Hey, Pat, you should watch this video." Maybe that's doable. I should spawn the brick when I'm standing on the third cloud. That's... oh god. The idea. I do love that with Live 2D, if you're willing to put enough work into it, anything can be a VTuber avatar. And it does amuse me that such a very oddly specific piece of software has become relatively well known, where previously I think like you only knew about it as if you were a mobile developer or you were a fan of the Neptunia games who used it mostly for the purposes of making their characters bounce. It's such a cool hack, honestly. I've heard really good things. Like, I just kind of missed the boat when it came out. I was busy with other things. Like, I might punt that to the top of my something to do if I don't have a better idea list. I mean, currently the thing at the top of something to do if I don't have a better idea list is more QLDC levels, since I've been using those as a project. Be nice to get ahead of that before CLDC comes out. Alright. New territory. I bullshitted that entirely. Okay. I didn't re-grab B fast enough. Time to request Mario's mystery meat. If only, Zuccotti, if only. Game requests have been disabled for a while now. Because I need to clear the queue. You know, I did beat Final Fantasy III recently. And I still think Shadow Man has, like, another 3 to 6 hours in it. Like, I think there's one more big area I need to go through. Because, like, the game tells you what all the upgrades are up front, and I have all of them. I still need 2 more weird racy thingies. Retractors. My understanding of the game has also changed a little bit since last time, because my understanding previously was that I'd defeat the first 4 dudes, and then the last one would be the final boss, and now I'm thinking that's not right. Now my suspicion is if I beat the final dude, that, I don't know, Satan will come out and try to kick my ass or something. That's my guess now. But we'll see. I made it. I made it. Ah, okay. I get the feeling that was the end. But now, some Wednesday or some Thursday when, like, I look in the queue and see nothing of interest, I imagine I'll just go and reach for the mystery meat. When I'm not quite feeling like I want to just do some other weird one-off thing. I still don't know how to do that part without getting hurt. Dang it. Now, on one bright side, at least there's new music. The only problem is, I like this music less than I like the prior music. But yeah, I'm hoping the next few things in the queue will take significantly less time. Except after Secret and Final Fantasy II, which... Secret, I expect, will take 2 to 3 sessions. Or whatever Monkey Island I'm on. I expect Final Fantasy II will take a while. But then it's Dark Souls, and I don't know how long Dark Souls is going to take. Or how much Dark Souls I will be willing to take. It's a more modern game than I usually play on stream, by a long shot. And one I know so very little about. Like, I've played Dark Souls all of, like, 3 minutes in my life. I, like, rolled a character, walked forward a bit, and I think I ended up handing the controller to someone else before something happened. Like, we were messing around before D&D, and I think, like, my turn had come up in some other game. It's very frequent that we'd end up playing games and waiting for people to show up back then. Nowadays, we just bullshit. I'm still not quite certain if I'm doing something intelligent there for my movements. I just realized that ceiling is there. There we go. Made some more progress on my Brandon Sanderson book. It was kind of interesting. We've gone from elf politics back to cowboy stuff, which is much better. I'm not very good at elf politics, and not terribly interested. Sent my sister a text when I got to a certain point saying, these characters are a bit loony. Like, yeah, well, it's a Western, yeah, that goes. I'm like, no, their names are literally Wax and Wayne. Oh. Alright, short handbrake time and beverage time. Actually really doubt the part I saw was the end, but we will see. It's so warm today. Turned off the heater earlier. But I wonder if it's just a warm enough day today. I was busy doing work stuff. Did not spend much time outside. Had really good weather recently. Went on a nice couple of walks this week. Hopefully it stays. After all, this is the first day of spring. I guess also in mildly interesting news, I looked. Turns out that I have been uploading a video a day to YouTube for a year as of like 3 days ago. So like as of the 19th of March, it's been a whole year of consistent uploads. Not all of them are good. Some of them are bizarre. Like for instance, one of the Gabriel Knight things I uploaded recently has like the highest ratio of hours watched to views of any video I have. Like 9 views, 7 hours. And what's weird is it's the third video. The other ones did not do that well. Not unexpectedly, but still. It's a bit odd that someone is watching that one and that one alone. Oh, right. Several someones, actually. But last one of those goes out tomorrow. So I'll have to bulk up my Wednesday queue again. Which probably means I'm going to dust off that hardest hack and put chapter markers on it. Lots of chapter markers. Dang thing has like 80 levels. Only one behind from where I should be. You just have to touch it. It just has to count as ground. It doesn't have to be elegant. Okay. One of the people in the YouTube comments said, damn, that Zuccotti person's really smart. You know, it's very rare I get any comments on chat. Most of the time, comments I get are fairly banal and straightforward ones. There's been more than a couple of, like, what's the song in this level? One of which I just don't know the answer to. So I probably should go figure that out and get back to the guy. Occasionally I get, like, smart questions about things. Really depends upon the video, but I don't think I've ever gotten any comments about the chat on screen, unfortunately. Oh, I didn't actually land. What's up, Juice? How you doing? I'm in area 3 of 5, or 4 of 5. I really hate this first obstacle. Really hate it. Goo, excellent. Oh, I almost had that. If I just... No, I don't think I did actually have that. I have no idea why I think I have that. That part's actually surprisingly lenient. That part is not. Gooey is the name of your friend. Oh hey, I made it. Didn't expect to make it. It does amuse me. One of the old mystery hunts was the Hunt of Horror many years ago. I didn't participate in this one, but I did read the archives. One of the metal puzzles you had to solve was a non-square word square. And if you did it right, you could read and sort out. You needed extra letters to make it work, and they were be goo to us, the blob. Still amuses me. Because you needed a, what was it? Every meta puzzle solved to 3 things. You needed a entity, in this case the blob, I guess a magic phrase, be goo to us, and then you needed an object, in this case the non-square word square that was in the shape of a key. Other ones had more involved things going on, but that was the first round's meta puzzle. I think something you had to build for the last round might have been like a Rube Goldberg machine. I don't remember exactly. Other ones had a lot more leeway, just had more letters to work with. Or at least in one case, all it had to do was fit within the constraints of a program. Kind of had to mess around with this weird bit of software that kind of played Towers of Hanoi. I don't remember how the rest of it worked. Why do I keep thinking I could spawn that early? Okay. Kind of surprised they haven't reprised that kind of class of idea for a hunt. Like a horror hunt, or some horror rounds could be pretty nice. I think the last time they did a horror round, it was vaguely Lovecraftian themed, but the meta puzzle had to do with Nightmare on Elm Street. But it's been a while. Okay. No! That part is regrab heavy. And I'm not regrabbing right. Like, being able to choose my hits here is nice in theory, but, like, the thing that kills you is the screen. And the spikes. And the spikes don't let you choose your punches. Like, it's possible I could die by running out of hearts, but I haven't yet. Just another fun fact I learned recently is the final King's Quest game was actually made in an engine that was made for a flight simulator. They pulled Dynamics' Red Baron engine to make a action-adventure game, which is just kind of hilarious to me. I didn't make it. But apparently, they had 3 different 3D games, all in development at the same time, all of which used different 3D engines. And of course, the thing about King's Quest 8 is it came out around the same time Half-Life did. And while Half-Life was, now is nothing to look at, really. It was a revolutionary game at the time. Compared to an awful lot of the other crap people were putting out at the time. Still haven't actually played the original. Beat all the ones, the Half-Life 2s in the orange box back in the day on Xbox, actually. Oh, not the best way to enjoy Half-Life 2, but it worked well enough. Rented the orange box and just played all of the things I cared to beat on it. I guess that's also how I first did Portal? I might have. Yeah, I guess I did, because they didn't have Portal as a download for the longest time. It took them a long time to realize that people wanted to play longer games. Larger downloadable content stuff. Because originally on Xbox Live for 360, the largest a game could be downloadable was about 100 megabytes. Which isn't very big nowadays, and wasn't even that big back then. Okay. Alright, new territory. There's the part where I die via health. Okay. It's a shame that particular run was an aberration in terms of getting hit. Because it would have been nice to see more of the level. And usually I don't get hit. Well, I get hit here. But that's about it. In a more normal run, I would have had at least one hit to go see what's next. Nope, didn't get it. Took surprisingly long to die, though. Really just talking about all the Sierra stuff just makes me want to play some Sierra games. I might play one soon. We'll see. Been kind of dithering on what I want to do April Fool's Day. I've got like 2 concepts that might work. I'm not certain which one yet. Been collecting information, working on things, but haven't sat down and actually committed to doing any of those things. The tech I have would actually work for either, when I think about it. I also thought about something very important when I was... Since I've played Hotel Mario, is that I now realize I could have just gone and gotten a folding chair out of the other room and put the CDI on that, and that would have solved like 80% of my control... Well, it would have solved a non-trivial number of my control problems. Because the problem was that I had to continuously point the dang controller downward so the IR would reach. And then I wouldn't have to do that. It would be approximately at arm level. I feel very silly now. Of course, this also requires me to want to play more CDI for it to matter. Which is a tall order. Because I'm done playing Hotel Mario. I've played enough Hotel Mario for a lifetime. It's truly a game. It could easily have been licensed to basically any other reasonable character. When is the CDI? I mean, it was on Mario, actually. And that's still sitting in the middle of my living room. I haven't moved it. One of the games of all time. I mean, yeah. The nice thing is, if I wanted to try out other things in the library, the discs are eminently burnable. So all you had to do really is just burn a disc. There's no meaningful copy protection on them. So if I wanted to play some of the weirder Zeldas, I could. Could find out what Ganon's up to for once. It's really up there. Exactly. The thing is, Hotel Mario just isn't that fun. Like, the controls are awkward. It's just a weird game. Mostly known for its, you know, animated content. Which is entertaining, but not for a good reason. And we already saw the best cutscene in the game when we found out what toasters do. So, I don't really feel the need to play more of it. But I do have my eye on a couple CDI games that would be of interest to me for the purposes of streaming them. Oh, God. Just watch. I'm gonna get hit here, too. Oh, I'm not? Okay, well, you know what? That's just fine. Need to make a graph. Lots of spaghetti! I don't know if you saw the CDI stream, but I could not, for the life of me, get that intro cutscene to play correctly, except for, like, once. It kinda did. The rest of the game played okay and didn't break, but that intro cutscene had problems. And that disc looked like it had been used to serve spaghetti at some point. So it's very possible that it just was too scratched up to be consistent. But, you know, YouTube pooped itself, so some value came out of it. I didn't jump. I didn't land. Louis said this was more standardy. I'm just not sure what to do with the Goomba section. Maybe I'm just doing the Goomba section wrong. Like, I'm definitely making it hard on myself, I think. And of course, when this, that part of the stream ended was when the CDI decided I was done playing Hotel Mario and ate my game. The timing was really funny, but that's the best I could really say about it. It's a bummer, too, because the game does save if you actually save, which I just never did. Oh. On the other hand, I'm also not terribly sad to have left where I did. The ice physics in that game are just truly unpleasant. You end up moving a fixed distance whenever you press A, rather than, like, having momentum and being able to do things and turn. So it's just really awkward. You just constantly need to jump. Add dark levels to this and just, like, it was not too bad while I still had my Fire Flower, but once I lost my Fire Flower, it just sucked. And of course, the Fire Flower controls are awkward as all hell, because you've got to press both of the face buttons. And they're really awkwardly placed. Guess we could actually go and, like, play Mario's Wacky Worlds. Like, that's a thing I could do now. Ah! Like, the prototype of that was leaked a long time ago, and it's of mild interest. You know, I mean, it's still what it is. There's, like, nothing implemented. You're basically just looking at background tiles. What if no one's ripped those for, like, SMW purposes? Or Hotel Mario graphics, even. Because, like, you could do that if you wanted. Feels like the kind of thing someone would have done as sort of a meme effort. I mean, Stu ported hot drinks. It's the same sort of energy. But to be fair, hot drinks is pretty awesome, and Hotel Mario just kind of isn't. Oh, oh! Well, this is fine. Do I have enough time to just let myself descend? I'm trying to decide if I do. I'm also trying to decide if the auto-scroller part of this makes it worse, in terms of just, like, it takes so much time to do anything, but I think pretty much all of the other areas had similar things going on, where either I had to wait... Ah, dang it, didn't quite press it right. Surprised I actually made it before. wonder how long I've been at this section. Oh. What for me to check? Alright, so probably, well, certainly for the last half hour. That's something I can actually clearly know, because that's when HeroSoft told me where the background's from. It's a very fiddly level, with lots of moving parts. Now I kind of wonder if anyone's actually made Loss a Spaghetti. It feels like the kind of thing someone must have done by now. Because we take someone like, you know, less than a box of noodles in like 5 minutes. It's what, like 7 lines when you really get down to it, if you don't include the boxes? Something CLDC, check my DMs. Okay. Next time I want a short handbrake, I'll take a quick look. Like I said, I don't think I'll be able to do any testing tonight. After all, this is 4 of 5. I have no idea how much further it is. Just an image? Okay. I can take a quick look. Interesting. I like what I see so far. See if I can reprise my my voice for that character properly. It was cool to see some of these characters back in yet another thing. Okay. Dang, so close. I'm also not sure how much I really care about that one hit point yet. I haven't gotten back to that dang chomp section. Like, I feel like the chomp section is there at the end to kind of like tease you into thinking health matters a lot more than it does. Okay. God. Really hope whatever's beyond there isn't as difficult for me as that one Goomba jump. Yeah, I haven't really been checking out what people have been doing for CLDC yet. Took a quick look at Show Off earlier today. Saw OEO's video that looked kind of interesting, but I don't know what his concept is yet. I didn't jump. Like, I watched enough to think there's something interesting going on here with regards to point counts, but I'm still not really sure what his intention was. But the level itself looked fun. If I don't know what the gimmick is yet. Because there has to be a gimmick for CLDC, of course. You just made a vanilla level for CLDC, then you're just kind of being silly. Kind of contemplating whether or not I could find the time to make a very... Like, I want to kind of make a shitpost level for it. But I'm certain that I'd get the morsel, this is not a level treatment. Because it wouldn't be. It would not be a level. It would be a shitpost. And the fact that I don't, I don't know who the judges are actually. I think I saw it once and was like, I don't think any of these are streamer types. No! And half the fun of doing that kind of shitpost is watching a streamer play it. Otherwise, it's just kind of silly. Like, QLDC definitely would not be what it is without the streaming. SMW, but it's a pizza tower. No, that would be good. That'd be cool. And require way more work than the thing I want to make as a shitpost would, sadly. I can't really say what it would be, but it's like, I need this tech to do, like, next QLDC's idea. So it's like one of those things where I probably should just spend the time and invest and make it, and then use it to make a crummy level, and then next time around actually execute on my prior idea. But who knows, it might be a year later and I might think, yeah, maybe that idea wasn't so good. I've got this other idea that'd be really cool. Oh, that's... So you never know. And there's a bunch of sirens. I think they're getting further away. That's a good sign. Okay, that... You know what, I need to start giving these areas, like, names. Like that area right there before, with all the bones, that's the rib cage. This is the mouth, because it's got all the teeth. Then speaking pizza face who chases you with a Tamari ball with a big Sprite. Its hitbox isn't even big. Huh! You know... I hadn't thought of it that way, but it definitely... Yeah, it kind of is. Because, like, you can trick it by moving cleverly. Same with Hamari balls. Of course, I'm also not as well versed with the Hamari ball as some people are. The one level that used the Hamari ball in QLDC, 72-hour QLDC, was one of those I left for last minute, because it was more of a troll level than a QLDC level. I liked its ending, where you had to do a weird Bowser fight. But the actual level part was kind of painful. Because, like, there were supposed to be 2 Hamari balls that were chasing you around, for some reason. And it just didn't work for me. And I think I ended up cheating through there with some Starman. Because I did want to play the level at least somewhat legit, so I didn't want to add Cape to the equation. But I wanted Starman so I could get the 2 Hamari orbs out of my way. And see the rest of the level. And it was okay. It wasn't a great level. The thing about it is, like, QLDC levels are a tremendously large mixed bag between, I think Map 16 edits are really cool, and I think Map 16 edits could be really cool if instead of them being completely random, they went according to some sort of weird puzzle I give you. And you have to remember all of these things about how they behave throughout the various rooms. Because that level was really awesome. Though incredibly painful to play at the last minute. Because you had to remember things from like 8 rooms ago. And I'm like, I'm done. I'm not doing that. Especially because, like, you had to pass a quiz. And if you failed it, you had to redo the section. That was ridiculous. No! It deserved to win, but, that being said... Definitely took the Map 16 thing in an interesting direction, where an awful lot of things are just like, here is everything scrambled up. Good luck, player! Made a level with 100 Kaizo blocks. Made Mario, but it's a football golfing game. Yes, exactly. Well, I mean, to give at least a little bit of credit, Morsel's level from QLDC 1 had the RNG Kaizo blocks, which could be a cool concept, but was just physically painful to play. You haven't played the golf level yet, so... In fact, I'd say I've only played I played less than half, maybe a third of QLDC levels by now. I went and processed all of them on YouTube, and I think that I've got like 20 in the playlist. There's like 3 that I didn't put in and finish processing because I want to come back to them. At least one of them I want to come back to in an emulator because I think it's just broken on hardware. It was the Bob-omb level. which was really cute, but want to make the football golf one, but hadn't the time. It was a bit more complicated. Oh, I bet. I don't know. I don't think I've played yours if you submitted a QLDC level. I'd have to check my lists. And 69. I'm going to come back to 69 because that was at the very end of a stream, and it definitely deserved early stream energy. Because damn. Like, that level was actually complicated and interesting and full of cool setups, but it was not a level Pat could really make good headway on at 4 in the morning. And especially when it's up front, it's like, we're gonna have 5 sections! It's a good sign that it's time to peace out. When it's that late. Not nice of me? Yeah, it happens. But it's on the list to come back to. Also, the floppy fish level. I don't know why, but in the floppy fish level, I kept randomly dying. And, like, there were parts of that level that were hard enough to work with that randomly dying sucked. Like, for some levels, it wouldn't be so bad if it was just, like, RNG death, like, whatever had happened, you died. But it seemed to be very consistent spots, and I never had an idea as to what I'd done to die. Like, if there was some sort of hidden fish meter that I was breaking. But yeah, that fish one, the Bob-omb one, and 69 are the... I bonked. One's on the list of interesting enough to go back and try again. Someone in chat even offered to tell me what the mystery of the fish thing was, because I think they knew? Or possibly it was a bug? I just don't know. And so it's one of those, like, maybe come back with an emulator. I've only done emulation on this stream, like, 3 times with SMW, maybe? Once for Max's level from the first QLDC, because I needed a European console. And I don't have one. Once for... What's the other thing I did before? Oh, for Daizo's level. Because I needed to find addresses for pushing the yellow switch in the right direction. Like, even with the Luigi cheat, I still didn't want to wait around that long. So we just kind of bought our own time. Okay. Okay, I liked my new idea, it just didn't work. Like, it just didn't work at all. I'm thinking. Yeah, anyway, it should be interesting to see what happens with CLDC. I'll be curious to see what the turnout is for it. Because CLDC used to be, like, the premier web contest on SMW Central, and it hasn't been done in, like, what, 3 years, 4 years almost? So, should be interesting to see what if it draws people out, especially because, like, an awful lot of the same energy that goes into people's CLDC stuff probably gets eaten by QLDC, especially when it comes to, like, making cool level things. Same with, like, KLDC, but, you know. Alright, that works. I might be able to work that. I might be able to make that work for me. Okay. Are you kidding me? Okay. I assume the bottom one always. Well, that's progress. I've at least learned something about how the level works. And that there's way more of it than I was expecting. I'm thinking like 80 or 90 submissions would be what I guess for CLDC. Because, like, you don't have to roll your own ASM. Like, good combinations of existing ones could theoretically get you somewhere. But still, I'll be curious to see. Okay, yeah, it's nowhere near late enough. I'm not calling in the towel for this for quite some time. I just wanted to make sure that time didn't slip past me. Do not want time slipping into the future. I'm gonna get my time sealed. I wonder if I can get ahead by one there if I was faster. I don't think it matters, but like, I don't know, it's one of those like, could I do it? It'd probably make my strats worse if I did. Okay. Oh, what's up, Sucker Friend? How you doing? I'm currently cursing this Goomba. Should have gone for the other one. I didn't drop enough. Talking about random contests. Because I've been at this for at least like 40 minutes. There's only so much you can talk about a level when you're beating it like this. This kind of thing about Kaizo levels is, at some point you know what you need to do, you just gotta do it. And I have not been successful in just doing it. And yes, despite the health bar, this is still a Kaizo-y level. Kazooie level. Oh, that reminds me, next time I do Shadow Man, I need to get the N64 out. So I promised myself would at least do the intro and intro section of Shadow Man if and I beat the game, if and when I beat the game, because I want to see how it compares to the N64 version. But that's not for a bit. Hope to get back to that on Friday, like post D&D. Get to it a little, not like a really early start since Bunny Link's in Europe, but like a little bit earlier than I usually do, maybe like start at 11 or something, give myself a little extra time. But I'll probably stick with like a 3 or 4 hour stream for that, because I'd really like to just beat it. But I'd really like to just beat it, and that's how that sense. I found almost all of the objects of interest. Like, I'm gonna miss out on a lot of hearts and a lot of Dark Souls, I'm fine with that. But I really do want to get all of the weapons I can get. I suppose that means I may need to go look for the accumulator. But I don't know what it is. I got one of them, but there's one in like all of the real-world locations, apparently. Or the real-world locations with evil dudes. So I need to go back to the day camp, the haunted day camp. The summer camp of the damned. Which I have to say is still a more evocative location than the sewers of London. They're just sewers. No one likes sewer levels. Crap. Beat it. Just beat it. Open up your mouth and eat it. Have some more ham. It doesn't matter. Oh, I forget if it's fresh or canned. Okay, that works. I still haven't come up with a strat for this yet. Almost. Okay. Top one? Or, bottom one. Middle one, so I need to... Oh, I need to duck. Have some more chicken, have some more pie. It doesn't matter if it's boiled or fried. Yeah, exactly. I was watching Glitch Cat earlier, and he was like, the song, it sounds like Beat It. And everyone's like, no, it's bad. But pointed out quite rightly that any song that gets the Moonwalker Genesis transition to Super Nintendo treatment is going to sound a bit the same. Chuck McGill. Ding dong, man. Yo, ding dong. Ding dong. That guy's still my favorite in the music video. The ding dong guy. Oh, man. Yeah, when is Weird Al gonna do another album? Like, what? Last one was like, what, Mandatory Fun? It's been a while. Not quite. Guess I should also see if he's playing in anywhere near me in the near future. I missed out on him last year by getting sick at the wrong time. Missed out on a lot of things last summer by getting sick at the wrong time. but we will see. I didn't think I could make that run, but I did. Video with Alchem painting for charities. Celebrities where they sing "Eat It." Interesting. Did they have to eat things for charity? Like, for instance, I would be totally okay eating some pie for charity. I think I could do that. To be fair, I could eat pie because I want to eat pie too. I'm not too picky about pie. Though I prefer pie is a palindrome. The more you know. Okay. No! Ow. Oh, celebrity sing Weird Al song. And the actor for Chuck McGill saying that bit became a meme. I must confess, I don't know who Chuck McGill is. He sounds like a... It sounds like a generic cowboyish, hillbilly-ish name. Like, you told me he was on, I don't know, Green Acres, I might believe you. But certainly not because Green Acres is a show you're unlikely to have ever seen. Given both your age and with the fact that you live, not in America, not in the United States. Better Call Saul, that makes more sense. So Green Acres wasn't the one I was thinking of, it was Beverly Hillbillies. I don't think I ever watched Green Acres, I just know the song. Well, the beginning of it. Green Acres is the place for me. Country living and something else I forget. Maybe Fancy Free. Whereas Beverly Hillbillies, I remember that concept quite well, because I did watch more than a few episodes, and of course, Money Ain't For Nothing, Beverly Hillbillies. Oh, and that video is so good. With the absurd, old school 3D CG. Nope. And of course, Weird Al being injected into the video. UHF was so good. Shame it didn't come out at a better time. I think it was up against like Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, or Last Crusade, and Jaws 2. Like, in terms of actually good sequels to be up against. For a summer blockbuster, UHF had it rough. Still such a... I didn't think this through. This occurs to me, there's something I need to check. So I think I was playing with the idea of using the moderation markers on tech on something. And I should check to see if it actually worked. Because I think it might not have. Which I think is fine, but if it accidentally worked and I just completely ignored it, it really defeats the purpose of what I did there. I think I might have a stand break soon between needing to use the restroom and wanting a hand break. I guess I heard that Japan beat the United States in baseball in some sort of, like, actual World Series of places that actually play baseball. Mildly interesting. Of course, that means, like, United States, Japan, Cuba? Canada? I can't think of any other countries that play baseball. It's just not that popular of a sport. Maybe some other South American countries, but I can't think of any right now. Alright, I'm gonna have a short stand-up break. It's I've been sitting for 2 hours. I think that's good enough. I'll be right back. Right, it is the Super Nintendo controller. I was briefly confused. I shouldn't have been, but I was. So I've been playing things that use other controllers occasionally. Hopefully not a good sign when you're suddenly confused about which controller you need to pick up. Remain cautiously optimistic. Like, I kind of feel like, based upon the second area, like, I'm getting close-ish to the end. Assuming this isn't 1F screens. Like, it's an auto-scroller, so it takes a lot of screens. And then again, my instincts in this level have been kind of crap, so... Worst comes to worst, I guess I can always pull open Lunar Magic and see how far I am from the end, but still. No! Uncle's Closet. What if you make a boo fight, reskinned it to look like a bee, and called the boss the Big Boo Bee? I like it. I like it a lot. That's dumb, but I love it. Definitely do it. Oh. Consider it done. So let it be written, so let it be done. Boink. I'm really surprised Louis said this felt more standard hardish. Like, there's very little margin for error in any of this. Like, if these things were things that hurt you rather than killed you, I might agree, but like... I don't know, just still feels like there's enough full-on death going on here. I just need to stop flubbing these. I need to get past the Goomba room more consistently. That's really what it comes down to. And I'm just not. Like, what I've done in the Goomba room, I found something resembling a possible cheese. I don't know how to do it right. Mildly irritating, but... Especially because it doesn't feel like it should be that hard. Like, I think I might be overthinking it. I'd say I'd pause and look next time, but I will not have time anytime, so... Okay. And the spikes at the top mean you cannot ever just go over it. Which is why I've been burning off charge stuff. The first Goomba is a lot lower. Otherwise, it's a bunch of tricky regrabs. Tricky-er regrabs, I suppose. Okay. Alpha. Was trying to get underneath it, maybe. I don't think it was going to work, but it was worth a shot. More as a thing you can do than an actual strategy. I'm trying to think, like, any other, like, interesting things that have happened, but I've mostly just been busy with work and not so interesting things. The video on Owl's Quest was pretty funny. But that's all I can really say about that, other than the fact that, you know, it's just interesting. Like, AGS games are an interesting category of game, because outside of, like, the really big ones, like, they did remakes of, I want to say, like, the first two Space Quests. Like, some people did remakes of those two, and the first three King's Quests. So instead of playing them using the typing parser, you can play them using point and click. And I think they added voice acting, which can't be worse than King's Quest V's. And amusingly enough, they managed to get the guy who played King Graham back for those. And I went and looked. It turns out he's not actually a professional voice actor by any means. He literally just some guy at Sierra. It just turns out he's like his natural voice is pretty decent for King Graham's. Comparatively. Yep, it is room 4. How you doing, Louie? I got through the first 3 rooms pretty quickly. And now I'm Goomba stomping. Badly. But how you doing? Got an amusing text from my little brother this weekend on Saturday morning saying, "You didn't play Dark Souls yet, did you?" And I'm like, no. It was a stupid joke for my Twitch title. Dark Souls has not been played yet. I did find a lot of Dark Souls in the real world then, because it turns out that like those ones were in fact trivially easy. They were just sitting there in the church, but it was not playing Dark Souls. I had a chat with him. He was trying to get some sort of Destiny achievement by one-manning a piece of 3-man content. He was having trouble putting out enough damage to kill the boss. Oh, damn it. Doing good. Working on a Kuso hack a bit. Oh, nice. When you say working on, do you mean you're making one, or moderating, or playing, or what? There's a lot of possibilities. Making? Oh, fun. The fact that you call it a Kuso Kaizo hack already tells me an awful lot about what to expect. Oh. Well, you know, I almost flubbed that, but it worked out. The thing is, I'm just not that worried about taking damage right now. Like, the only place where I think I need to take damage is the, not dead. The chompy section right after the Goombas. Like, and I can kind of occasionally do that part out of the, like, 4 times I've made it damageless. So, like, taking a hit here and there isn't the end of the world. I yet to find a way to get onto that middle cloud. Which is the troll cloud. Hey, you stay off of my cloud! Alright, back to this. Alright, you know what? Maybe we just need to be more careful. Oh, no! Really, it's done, but it's a bit much. You can think about submitting it. But yeah, still making tweaks and stuff even when you feel like it's done. If you're the one feeling regrets about maybe... Oh, God. Well, I look forward to seeing which moderator gets to pick that one up. If and when you submit it, put it that way. Because I remember your last hack, like, Glitch Cat actually had a good time with it. It had some interesting stuff going on, like the cloud level I remember being very distinct. Very distinct from an awful lot of other hacks. You ultimately liked it, so that's probably a good sign. Wouldn't surprise me if Glitch Cat actually kind of went and called dibs on that one. I'm not sure what the Kaizo Half-Life Q looks like, but, like, I really need to get this done. Get the other stuff moving. Like, I did a pretty good job of getting most of the stuff out of the queue that was sitting there, that was available for C3, but I've been stuck on this since late January. I would like for this particular moderation to not take that much longer. Now, of course, there were constraints like travel and work and Comic-Con and things, so it wasn't like straight up, I've been grinding this the whole time, but still. There's other hacks I could have easily finished and rejected or accepted in the same amount of time. Many hacks that I could have gotten chunks of. Okay, yeah, that strat works for me. That one does not. I think someone's working on this one. It's got 69 exits. Nice. Yeah, that's a lot of exits. How long have you been working on this? Short glitch levels? Okay, yeah, that's not too bad then. Kind of like that, who made that? There was someone who made like 100 very glitchy levels and submitted as like Kaizo Expert, and like, I think some people were clearing it. This might have been like right before the great difficulty shakeup. I don't remember what it was, but I remember watching some people grind on it for a while, like Katoon. I don't know why I've been making that part harder than it needs to be. I can just jump over all those parts. Takes fun with ideas for 3 years? Well, damn. And that's still gonna be pretty cool. Intriguing. So what would you submit it as if you're gonna submit it as something like today without making any further tweaks? Would you submit it as Kaizo Expert, or maybe one of the tool-assisted categories, given the glitchiness, or what? Or is really just the difficulty not in the execution, but in, like, finding and figuring out the glitches? Like, what's that? There's, like, that one series of Japanese hacks that do that, where, like, the difficulty is not in actually executing, it's in understanding what the hell you're supposed to do. In fact, I think I watched you play one of those at some point recently. And by recently, I mean, like, in the last, like, year or two. Getting better at that. I'll actually stop and read chat again next death. So the problem with auto-scroller levels is you really don't have time to take a break. Yeah, I'm getting there way earlier now. I don't know why I insisted upon hopscotching my way there before. What a tremendously silly strategy I had embraced. That strategy still feels a bit silly, but it's workable. No! Damn it. Tatsujin Mario, thank you, that's the name. Definitely most resembles that style. Well, that should be interesting then, because like there was a second one that did those that just came out, I think. Like, I think it was your inaugural moderation. Yeah, I'd say submit it. You know, what's the worst thing is that you can do is like make Glitch Cat cry, or one of the other moderators cry. Cry Uncle, I don't mean like actually crying. Where do I go underneath? I don't know why I'm so fixated on going in the middle there, because I think I could just walk off and make that work. But yeah, as someone who doesn't actually have to deal with the problem, I recommend submitting it. That's all I'm saying. I think the last time there was like a difficulty in terms of like expectations of moderators was when TJB sent in his mid-air mastery hack. Or maybe not mastery, it was just like his mid-air hack. And that was kind of a bunch. But I'm pretty sure like Eldad figured it out. Yeah, I can just do that, that's consistent. You know, maybe I should do the things the game is indicating me to do that would make this slightly more consistent. I was thinking maybe I could wait too, but no, I don't think I have the time for that. But mid-air and mastery did get done, and it did still, I think it did end up in the Kaizo bucket, not the tool-assisted bucket, so... Though TJB's submission of it into the tool-assisted bucket was basically I don't want to make moderators suffer. This is a suggestion. Alright, we're here. I need to make this work. I needed to duck, so I had a chance to go to thread the needle. I say like I'll give party for the moderator drama. That stupid the Kevin fellow who kept submitting really, really silly things. I'm surprised that it took 3 separate pairs of levels for us to finally give him a section ban. Because after the second set, he really should have been given a ban. I mean, maybe I should have straight up given him a warning the first time around. I don't know. Yeah, Kevin Lee. Really odd. I guess it turns out he's like English is not his native language or something. But it's very strange to get like 6 rejections, or 4 rejections, and then not like stop and read. But could be a kid or something, you never know. And definitely with English not being the first language, it can be tricky. I guess I could make an argument that we should probably, like, get the submission guidelines translated into other languages. Like, English and Japanese are pretty much, and Brazilian Portuguese are pretty much, like, obvious gimmies, but, like, it wouldn't hurt to get that translated into more languages if it hasn't already. And that's, of course, me saying this as an idea. I can't help with any of that. I speak none of those... English. I speak none of the other languages at any proficient level. In fact, I know almost literally nothing about Portuguese. Ray Mario? Okay. Go. Fingers crossed. I'm just glad it wasn't feet. It does kind of feel weirder with actual Mario now. Yeah, maybe I'll look into that and make that as a suggestion at some point. Because, like, being able to point at things in other languages would definitely help. Probably reduce the amount of friction we have for that sort of thing. I know other things are translated. And there's enough staff at SMW Central who speak Portuguese that at least that could be done. It doesn't really help when it's a native, the person's a native Chinese speaker. But I guess I also don't know what other talents other moderators and staff have. Something weird you found from playing this level? If you were in range with a pipe, the frame after jumping off a sprite, you can saunter. You know, I did actually see something like that earlier, but I just attributed it to just me not paying enough attention. I made it once, and I never tried it again with jumping strats. It was really odd. Looks like you're a bit short. You can jump up and still go. I might try that again more often. What's up, Matt? How you doing? Doing pretty good. This is the 4th section of this level, so I'm making something like progress. I'm really hoping I don't need an entire session for the 5th section. Though I got consistent enough with the 3rd section that I don't think it would have been too bad. It only took me 1 try to get through the remainder. Boo. You want me to do a 5th section of this? I hope a 3rd section, because I really hope not. I'd like to move on to other things as well. Oh, you're scaring me? I don't know. Whenever I read Boo, I always think of, I saw it recently, because I had heard on South Park the Boo, and he tests the burger, boo! bit, but it turns out that that was a South Park making fun of a real-life event where this guy, what's his name? Ben something. Was trying to do a campaign video in front of his grandma's old house, but there's a dude on his porch who's just like, "Boo, Ben, boo!" I just kept saying, "Boo, go run for mayor somewhere else, liar, Ben." That's what that makes me think of nowadays. It's a really entertaining little video, and apparently it worked. It actually sunk the dude's mayoral run. He was running for mayor of Topeka or something. but had claimed he wasn't going to run for office for the first, like, after he had acquired another office. I think... Nope, I'm not high enough. Jump scare! Fine, that works. But basically, he said he wasn't going to run for another office out of his current office that he'd been elected to for at least 2 years, and then he broke that promise. And that's what the guy was pissed off about, amongst other things. But it's a very amusing YouTube video. It's like, yeah, we could be here all day! And then they immediately fold. It's like, why don't we go down the street where this guy isn't? And the guy didn't follow him, just didn't want him in front of his house. Okay, that... I don't know if that's more consistent for me yet. Still feels a bit awkward, but I think that the running off is helping rather than jumping off. I might still make it? I can still make it. Haven't been dying for lack of hits, so there's really no reason not to go for it. Dang it. But otherwise, just trucking. Trying to think of like any other, like really, like there hasn't been that many cool things this week. I think the most interesting thing I've done this week so far is watch a video on a fan game of King's Quest V that used the AGS engine. What was interesting about it is it was kind of a weird little shitposty thing. And one of the reasons for it being a weird shitposty thing is it was made for a contest. Apparently they did monthly contests at the Adventure Games Studio website. And so the constraints were it had to tell a fairy tale, had to have an item from a different fairy tale in it, and feature a yellow submarine somewhere in it. You know, just one of those, here are constraints so that you can prove that you made this for this contest. It was one of 2 entries, and it won, despite being silly and shitposty. Still think I can make that jump. I have a friend that doesn't play SMW, Test the Father right now, going surprisingly well. Oh, good! I have to assume they have some familiarity with, like, other platformers or something, because that would be kind of tricky to just pick up and do. I guess I never finished the thought about AGS. Like, there's such a, like, in terms of, like, modding, the modding universe, like, that's a really big thing for adventure game modders. Having access to be able to make, like, simple access to make King's Quest-styled games. King's Quest V and up, of course. I think there is probably, like, some fan game way to make lower spec ones, I suppose, would be the right way to phrase it. Familiarity through other stuff? Ah, fair enough. But the most famous AGS games that aren't, like, commercial that I'm aware of are the ones that Yahtzee made. The Yahtzee who does zero punctuation. Some of which are pretty okay, some of which are not great. One of those, like, it would be kind of cool to actually play through those on stream one day, maybe. But then I think of the plot, the thing at the end of 7 Days a Skeptic, and I'm like, do I really want to? And not to mention, well, that's not good. That's like the 3rd siren I've heard this evening. I'm gonna be waking up to some interesting news. Then the stuff in, like, 6 Days a Stranger, it's just a bit weird. And finally, like, the best of the games, Trilby's Notes, is an older school style where, like, you need to type in all your verbs. And I'm not sure how comfortable I am trying to play a typing game on stream. So, one of those things where, like, I believe I'm a proficient typist, but then if someone's watching over my shoulder, I don't feel like a proficient typist anymore. Not sure it's because I suck at typing, or because, like, I'm aware of someone watching me, and then suddenly I can't find the home row. Some sort of combination of those things. I'm just not certain how it would play on stream, which is one of the reasons why I've never done any, like, text adventure game stuff. Amongst other reasons being that, you know, text adventure games, I'm not sure that the audience drift really works all that well for that genre. I know some people definitely like their Sierra and Monkey Island style point-and-click games from watching those, but, like, going full old school King's Quest 1 style is a bit of a tall order. Going full Infocom style is an even taller order. There we go. You know, if I'm gonna take a hit, that's fine. Alright, here's our shot. This is the best I've done coming to this style of area. Goomba. 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 Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, oh. No, those are evil spikes! Alright, let's do this. This doesn't look like the Piranha Plant level. I beat the Piranha Plant level. It's the first one here. That was such a terrible failure. Like, I pushed B once and then immediately fell down. Like, I just let go of the button. Like, in terms of dumbass failures, that's top shelf right there. Like, I didn't even troll myself. Like, no, I did troll myself. That's all that happened there, was I didn't even get into the hard part there. I literally just dropped it on the floor. It's like doing a marathon while holding a plate of spaghetti and I just, you know, just don't even get it out of the pot. I think you're supposed to hold B. I did have a spare hit, too. I was even anticipating using it. And then I didn't. I just let go of the damn button. But thank you for the advice about holding B. That definitely will help me get through this level, Max. Oh my. You know... Well, here's the thing, though, right? I've learned how to do all the other important parts of this without taking hits. It's possible I can get back there with still one hit, if I'm lucky. Like, I've done all of those parts while only taking one hit. As I say frequently on this stream, one of our major themes is snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. We're very good at that. Far too good at it, honestly. Oh well. At least I know where the end is. Like, every time I've gotten that far in these kinds of levels, it hasn't taken long to get back and actually make it. Like, all the ending trolls, the last few ending trolls I've managed to get past without problems. But yeah, I think it'd be kind of interesting to play some text adventure games. Just something I haven't done ever. Beyond Zork is the one that comes to mind first, because it's a pretty interesting mix of RPG and text adventure game. Though I still think the fact that you can screw yourself at the character creation screen really easily is kind of a dumb feature of it, if you choose the wrong starting character. It'd be one thing if all of them were viable, but they're not. But of course, this is the level of cruelty that exists in these systems back in the day for Infocom games. I should not have made that. That was basically bullshit. Okay. Bottom cloud. Duck. Okay. Done. No. Oh, you tried. You tried. You fucking tried. Imagine missing that. Boy, did I. I really imagined it. Glad I hit it. I'm so glad I hit it. That's not an F. That is success. And there's more of this. I do not understand. Is this like Yogui's favorite friggin' thing in this game? Oh no, I understand now and I hate it. Okay. I need to think about this. Oh, God. Okay, so let me express what I'm actually thinking here. Because I haven't done that yet. I've just gone, oh God, I hate this. I don't actually hate this. It's just a matter of understanding what I'm looking at. So the key gimmick here is that I'm going to need to find ways to basically wait out the block timer. That's the key things. I need to basically always hit the block before I land. First throw block looks skippable. Yeah, you're right. So make a marker for that. That's cheese, and I'm fine with it. In fact, that might break a lot of the level. If I can do it consistently. Because then it changes the nature of block timing. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I didn't land. I didn't hold B fast enough. Didn't mind it too much. Alright, fair enough. I mean, this is far enough in the level that, honestly, a little bit of leeway is a kindness. I had that. Hey. I'm thinking here. That bonk probably cost me. I really need to jump off that higher. Okay. Hey! You asked for a picture. You asked for a picture, and you give me the fawns? He's on Mars and in a spacesuit. What were you expecting? Still one of my favorite silly moments from the original book, The Martian. I don't know if they actually included that in the movie. Mostly because I don't really remember much about the movie. It was pretty good for it being a Matt Damon's Lost in Space movie, of which there are like 8. Only read the book, really enjoyed it. Nice. Yeah, I actually read it when it was like a web fiction. Is that what people call these nowadays? Dude was publishing it on his website for a number of years. Took him a long time to actually finish it. The original ending, I think, was a lot funnier, but I don't really begrudge him for not keeping that one. The one in the movie is a lot more NASA-like. I cannot jump! I keep running off of it and re-grabbing B. That bone. Yeah, I'd say out of the 3 books Andy Weir has done, I'd say The Martian is definitely... I think it's my second favorite. Hard for me to really separate out Hail Mary all that much, comparatively. Because I quite liked it. I think it would have been a really good adventure game. Artemis, though, is kind of unfortunate. We wanted to try and write this kind of character, like a strong female protagonist, and we kind of missed the mark. And mostly just wrote a character that if she existed in real life, people would only be willing to help her up to a certain extent. And that extent would have been long over before the events of the book. He does even make a note of this at some point where, like, one of the characters points out that everyone's sticking their neck out for her, and the least she can do is at least not be a bitch for, like, 5 minutes. Because, like, everyone involved is trying to help her save her skin and other things involved in this giant conspiracy. But amusingly enough, they added a little bit to the end of The Martian to make it clear that apparently The Martian and Artemis take place in the same basic universe. But wouldn't say that's probably worth a reread or re-download. You can find the text somewhere else. Throw me a friggin' bone here. Okay, that's an idea. Alright, cool. I'm just gonna stand here. Oh, that's much nicer. I might just do that. I think I can do that consistently, too. And it lets me recharge my meter in full. Okay, that didn't work. Second block. Okay, now I know what you meant. But, like, I was having no luck actually executing this, what was required of me here. So I think I'm just gonna do that. I'm gonna assume it's unlikely he's going to change it at this point. I jumped. Trying to think. Maybe like good books. I did actually end up listening to the first book of Rama a while ago, and I rather enjoyed it. Disappointed that there wasn't, at least on Audible, another sequel. I'm certain there exists a audiobook sequel to Rama, but they just don't have it. I'm not gonna inconvenience myself enough to go acquire a copy in a different manner. Probably should. Interesting fiction. Though basically everything from the second book that or everything that happens in the game basically comes from the second book, including an awful lot of the characters. And of course, it still has that oddness that all 60s and 70s random. Okay. Sci-fi has. Please don't brick this. Please don't brick it. Okay, Mario 1. Kind of fits the aesthetics of it. Let's see what Mario 1 looks like. He's had weirder days. He's very purple now. Actually looks pretty good. Like, that looks like a palette you could theoretically get on the Nintendo, too. Like, I don't know if there's that many light... I don't know if the light purple's there, but it does look like something you could possibly do. Waluigi? Yes, exactly. We have Wario at home. We have Waluigi at home. This is the dollar store Waluigi. Isn't that a terrifying thought? Ah. Okay. At least I got a consistent setup for most of that. Look, I'm just happy it didn't crash the game. I have a low bar in this world for these sorts of things. If this wasn't SA1, I wouldn't be remotely worried, but it's SA1, and so it has to suffer through some of the Carl issues that I've never got around to fixing. Probably should make a actual physical list. I've been meaning to make like a list of like streamer things I need to get done. Put it on my whiteboard again. Finished one of the important things. All the Final Fantasy III stuff is ready to go for YouTube. Sat down, gave it descriptions, cut out all of the really, really boring bits, i.e. when I got up to go to the bathroom. Started on that for Shadow Man. And of course I need to finish playing in Audacity and figure out what the hell to do with the 5 streams I have that have awful fan noise that I did on the East Coast. because I've been trying with those, and I don't like the results anytime with any of the ones I've done. So I might just play around and see if I like any of them. Why did I do that? I don't want that block. And put them up on Discord and see what people think. Which one is the least awful option? I'm thankful it's only got 2 out of the 3 new super videos that I need to fix up that way. But it does cause me a bit of a conundrum. Oh yeah, also, Daylight Savings Time happened last week. That was important. Wait, was that 2 weeks ago? It might have been 2 weeks ago. I think the trick for me for that spot is to switch my grip partway through the spinning with the fish. Because I need to be in the right state, and I wasn't. I'm also really glad it's not the same gimmick over and over, where, like, it's actually a problem to burn the time. Actually, it might be, and I just haven't been experiencing it, because I've been cheesing the first 2 obstacles. But honestly, doing it legit, I don't want to do it. Alright. You want to see how Tails looks in this? I don't think it's going to be good. Once the interface breaks, though, that's going to be it for that. Like, I'm going to leave it, and I'm just going to go. Keep trying to beat the level. Original character, do not steal. Bob, the two-tailed fox. Yeah, like I said, I just needed to change my grip. Alright, what I also need to do there is when I get over there, I need to use my extra height to hit the block first, rather than what I've been doing. This is a long level, isn't it? I've been playing this level in this stream for the last almost 3 hours. This does not include the time I spent in the last level, in the last stream, which I think was also about 2 hours. Yep. Sometimes you don't get to keep your Waluigi. If you'd like, though, I could rename this original character Matt the Two-Tailed Fox. He is mine. Just donut steal. Metal Slug 3 vibes? In the coloring or the level? Or the music. I don't have any idea where this music came from. Right, I gotta switch my grip. Level? Gotcha. Original character. Please do not still. Amusingly enough, I don't know if you've ever seen this, there's a guy who did a webcomic called Boxer Hockey, which is about a sport called boxer hockey where you play hockey in your boxers, and your goal is to hit a frog into the opponent's end zone thing. I don't remember exactly, and the comic never made that much sense. Nor was it really supposed to. But that guy actually drew a bunch of Sonic the Hedgehog parody comics that were incredibly silly. And bizarrely enough, he actually has a job working on the Sonic comics now. Like, official Sonic comics and nonsense. Which is just kind of amazing in some of the ways. Final level in Metal Slug 3 is as long as all of the previous levels combined. No joke. Ew. I don't like that. Metal Slug's like a run and gun, too. Like, it doesn't need that. But yeah, if you want to see his comics, I think the easiest thing to look up would probably be, as unfortunate as it is, Nipples the Echidna. Because he talks about his rock-hard that are on his fists. But I don't remember otherwise what a good way to find that is, because I doubt his website's still up. Like, it was a proper registered domain. He didn't exactly have a Keen Spot webcomic. So, I'm not kidding. It's a thing that exists, and the dude now works on Sonic stuff. I want to say he actually worked on, like, the animation for... yeah, I think that's it. He worked on the animation for Sonic Mania. Lore reasons for this are SNK filing for bankruptcy. Wait, the lore behind the level being insanely long is because they filed for bankruptcy? Did it help? Did the long level bring them back from bankruptcy? I mean, levels can do a lot of things, but I'm not certain they can thwart banks. It'd be cool, though. So it would be the final Metal Slug game? Okay. That makes actually a lot more sense than what I had assumed. Okay, got it. No! How many are they up to? 8 main games? So they made it super long and full of actual storytelling as a way to say goodbye to the series. Okay, that's actually kind of cute. I just assumed it was long for the sake of being long, not that there was, like, actual lore and stuff. How's I doing, Fries? I'm up to the 5th level in this 5th sub-level in this area, which I understand is the last one. If I do this, then there's a boss. If I beat the boss, I beat the hack. Yeah, I just assumed it would be long for the sake of being long. Metal Slug, not this. I know this is long for the sake of being long. Long, long man. Need to get more consistent at the fish. Okay, short handbrake. Still optimistic about finishing this tonight, depending upon how ridiculous the boss is. Like, I still have an hour of stream left in me at least. And my sleep schedule's been a little fucked up recently. Like, I should try and fix it, but still. If you can look up a video of the level, it's insane. Yeah, I guess I could. If you want to drop a link to a video of it in this or Discord, I'll look at it later. I'm still a few videos in debt, but I am curious. Like, most of my main Chrome window right now is currently YouTube videos that I brought up from Discords. There were a couple from, like, Habaluta's Discord that I was curious about, like, knowledge-based games. I'm kind of curious about that, but I have not been curious enough to actually finish watching them. I'd ask what the longest single Mario World hack level is, but I'm pretty sure we all know the answer is probably Isakura World. With its, like, gigantic reprise of everything in it. It's the kind of thing you'd actually use Xander's site to figure out if you really wanted to. Count the number of links. Though he probably would not appreciate the scraping. Alright, what am I thinking now? Thinking about Sonic comics. A very Super Mario World, Celestial Star, Eternal Mario World, which the video event is like 9 minutes long, and it's a full hack in a level, no checkpoints. Oh god. I certainly hope it doesn't have limited lives. Or is it going full-on arcade appeal? Even changing my grip and then flailing onto A and onto A, you know, fuck it up. Jesus. Wait, full hack in a level, no checkpoints, so... Oh my. So you just have to do it all in a one shot. Oh, good fucking luck. It's the kind of thing where I definitely wouldn't feel bad for anybody attempting that kind of nonsense to use save states. Now, even for Isakura World, I think most people did use some amount of save states. I think that actually has some checkpoints in its final long, lengthy level. Like every 8 rooms or something. Your lives really wouldn't help you there. Oh, man. Ridiculous. RTA, someone got halfway through and died and quit. Yeah, I wouldn't. If I was moderating that, I would take a checkpoint. I would take a save state every few rooms or something. Like, just, I do not have the patience to lose that much progress. Okay, got another shot at this. Don't care. Oh, do care. It's one of those, I keep forgetting what my strategy is as I'm doing it. Problems. Alright, I think that works well enough. I think I'm just gonna run through the fish. I don't really see another option that's worth figuring out right now. I think that it's probably more valuable to figure out the rest of the level than it is to figure out how to avoid one hit. Especially since I'm not making too much progress past this point quickly anyway. Which isn't great when I'm using cheese for the first 2 obstacles. To be frank. Frank the Hedgehog. No, Frank the Echidna. Gotta... Frank the Enchilada. Gotta shake it up a bit. Oh, man. It does remind me of one of those, like, projects I did want to do at some point, but I've never found the time or inclination to. I'd like to beat one of the Sega Genesis Echo the Dolphin games and end up on Ed's gigantic Echo list. I mean, I could already, if I just wanted to, by sending him a message and saying, yeah, I beat the game. Because I've beaten both of the games. But I think it's more fun when you send someone a Twitch clip instead to prove you've beaten the game. Also a boss rush? Oh, ew. Let me guess, it's also like some of those clunky custom bosses and not just like all of the normal SMW ones. Would be my guess. Spent 90 minutes beating this. Hey, here's Undine. Have fun. Why? Oh, because I just hate you. I think I'll make it. I could have made it if I held. I'm just not consistent enough with the fish. Another hour or 2, though, I'll be. Has bosses at the end of every world within the gauntlet. Person in question, Met Balls, died to Wendy. Okay, you know what? That's fair. I mean, Wendy is one of the more... no, I can't say it with a straight face. But still, that sucks. I don't know why anyone would want to subject themselves to that. No. Like, do you lose a bet? Well, this particular room embodies one of those things I really don't like about some Kaizo levels. I always appreciate it when the level doesn't immediately kill me. Like, you just drop in and it just kills you. I always appreciate the level, like, lets me stand around for a minute and appreciate the things that are happening in it. It's not a name I'm familiar with, but there's an awful lot of SMW that I'm not familiar with. I'm familiar with the concept that I suspect his name is based upon. Metaballs are an interesting thing you can do to simulate certain types of fluid interactions, if I recall correctly. But it was one of the things we could have implemented in graphics class to get extra credit, and I did not. I forget what our bells and whistles were for one of our characters, for one of our things. For ray tracing, an awful lot of people liked the weird four-dimensional primitives. But that was not something I bothered doing. He wanted to delete his SMW count at some point. His YouTube seems to be gone now. Have these phases. You don't blame anybody for, like, wanting to erase older stuff, depending upon when they were doing it. If it's interfering with his professional life, or just wants a clean start. Can't really begrudge anybody that. You know, I expected the last two sections to be kinder, based upon your descriptions. But honestly, my hands are starting to hurt. Crap, I keep forgetting what I'm doing there. The L and R. I was really kind of hoping after the first section. But you know what? Actually, makes sense what you were saying, because you're like, yeah, you get the hit points. It's a little kinder. But there's so many death spikes that hit points barely matter. Like, even if you were doing this with, say, standard munchers, like, you'd still be hitting enough, be taking enough damage that it wouldn't matter. Employer would be jealous of all of his insane level hack clears if he looked at your YouTube. That would be pretty cool, not gonna lie. I mean, for certain classes of things, running a YouTube would actually be a fairly nice resume booster, depending upon what job you're applying for. Then again, like things like social media manager and whatnot, but I read a book about a guy who was a social media manager for a douche company. Of all things. Okay, I see what I'm doing wrong there, and I think I can fix it. The problem is, and this is something I was doing earlier, but I kind of started neglecting, is I need to switch grips here. Okay, I'm still not doing it quite right, but I switch grips before I get to the fish instead of after, because then I'm not re-grabbing on the fish. So yeah, it's more likely to work. I could also start up block a lot earlier. There's no reason to not, because I don't think the fish are susceptible to blocks. I do still have to hit it in the right direction, but it's still an option. Which grants me a little extra time when I land. No, actually, like, if you were a game tester, having 6 clears would actually also be kind of helpful. Okay, we're gonna hang out here for a quick finger break. Let me check a thing. Okay. Good. Fingers feel fingery. And I forgot my strap partway through. I was even thinking, man, if I play some tomorrow, I should play something that's going to be easy on my fingers. And of course, Final Fantasy II will be relatively easy on my fingers, I suppose. But I'll still be using an SNES controller. Still need to buy a second controller at some point. Or borrow one from Squiggles or something. considered applying for QA and citing this kind of stuff, I think it'd probably not be a bad way to go. Like, being able to point out, like, you wrote a document showing that you understand this sort of thing and play a Connect game. Oh god, no. You know, actually, I don't have a good Connect game, I suppose. Like, one. I actually own a Child of Eden, which is sort of the spiritual successor to Rez. That game's kind of cool, but no. But yeah, actually, that kind of thing could be very applicable if you're applying for QA jobs. Demonstrating that you know how to write, like, a here's what's wrong with this, here's how you can fix it document. Or even just a here's what's wrong with the document is not a bad way to go. I fall so fast. I wonder if... I actually do wonder if Child of Eden works on Xbox One? I don't actually know. I might own it for 360. It's the only Kinect game I've spent a non-trivial amount of time playing. The only other Kinect game I would even remotely consider would be the Star Wars Let's Dance, because it's so ludicrous. The Ride Solo song. Empire Today. And such things. Not to mention Emperor Palpatine grooving out to Ghosts and stuff. It's absolutely absurd. And suddenly, Palpatine returned and started dancing. I hope the boss gets different music. That's what I want at this point. Xbox Series is supposed to be selectively backwards compatible with three gaming games. This is support connectors. Microsoft buried it. I don't know if it's compatible with the Xbox 360 Connect, but because of the version of Xbox One that I own, I have a Xbox One Connect, so it wouldn't matter that much. I could bust out that from wherever it is. Like, I need to put some prep time in first, and I probably still need to, like, buy a better HDMI splitter. But because the other one was just painful last time I used it when I was doing Wii U stuff, and I really don't want to have to fight it that hard to get audio working. So I'm looking into getting a better splitter since I bought that one like last minute last time off Amazon for like 14 bucks. So if I could find one that doesn't suck, I would be a happier camper. Damn it! I don't know what's wrong. I cannot get that strat to work anymore. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame, but it's not terribly surprising. The Kinect stuff came out of MSR's Playtable tech, which really never went anywhere anyway. It just hit you right now how close you are to the end. Yep, I'm in 5 of 5 rooms plus boss. I know what you might be thinking. It's, hey, you know what'd be a good idea right now? Let's reset the game. But I already turned that off. I do not need that in my life. Yeah, that's free if I just let it work. I don't need to spend a lot of brain there. When I've been in very long and tedious levels before, I just go and turn it off. After getting the very first checkpoint, I went and turned it off. If someone had done it before, I wouldn't have cared. You would never... maybe you wouldn't, but certainly other people might consider. I think Pebs has done that to me more than a couple times, where I've been very far near the end of something and been like, nope. So, removing the temptation for all viewers strikes me as a sane option. Double VIP should act as a reset. Well, at least it would be a better use of points. I'll think about it, but I probably won't do it. Kind of like how it currently just pops up a box using the current whatever alert system is supposed to be in play. Saves me from having to implement more things. I cannot get past the fish consistently anymore. Like, I haven't been seeing that other part of the level in a while. Have all checkpoints in this level been coins? They've been the balls. So, like, they're not standard checkpoints, though. They don't save. None of the checkpoints in this game save, except the ones that are, like, explicitly, if you beat a door in this area, it saves, and oh yeah, there's, like, a special green door thing. Which is broken, and apparently is fixed in the, 0.01 version. But not fixed here yet. Not in the version I'm playing. I died in the exact same spot. Well, at least I got past the fish. And the dry bones. And the boot to the head. And another for Jenny and the Wimp. It's quite literally the only good thing that group ever put out. Yeah, I'd say the odds of anybody completing this section without having at least a little bit of Kaizo tech is nil. Because that part where you have to destroy the block, right after the dry bones, you need to do like a Y release without letting go of B. And I don't remember ever even trying to do that before I started kazooing. I only ever learned exactly how you were supposed to do that because of Backwards Mario World. Beginning to wonder if I'm making that fish part harder on me. Oh, by... I don't know. I'm still thinking. Like, I'm not even seeing that much of the level yet, presumably. Because unlike the auto-scroll level where, like, there has to be a certain amount of emptiness, there's not a lot of emptiness here. I really have no idea what shape the level's taking so far. It's very likely it's a very horizontal level, but it's impossible to know quite yet, just I haven't gotten that far yet. My morale has taken a little bit of a hit. Basically what I'm saying. A fish-shaped hit, but a hit nonetheless. Everything here is really tight, and there's so much instant death spikes. Like, what's the point of having health if most of the obstacles are instant death spikes? Okay. Trying to decide if I'm making progress or not. Like, if I just start getting things down to muscle memory... Another problem is just the fish thing. Like, I want to get a slightly higher bounce off those, but I know I need to trust it. Nope. Okay, I need to get my mind off this level for a minute. Talk about something different. I've run out of things to talk about there anyway. I was actually kind of amused at how little time I spent on that first failed attempt of the Crystal Tower. The very first time. Felt it was longer, but it was only like an hour. The thing I did notice about an awful lot of those dungeons is they're really long in Final Fantasy 3. I never felt the dungeons in Final Fantasy V were all that long comparatively. And in Final Fantasy VI, like, the dungeons tend to be pretty short, except for like 2 or 3 of the really, really long ones. Like, you've got, I don't know, the Magitech research area. A couple other weird spots. But it's mostly, like, really kind of short dungeons. Probably also helps that sprint shoes exist. And that you don't have to take every fight, unlike Final Fantasy 3. I imagine if I'd invested in, like, some thief nonsense, that probably would have helped. I need to remember to spawn the block earlier. As long as I'm holding B, that's not a problem. Okay, once it bonks, there's no reason for you to ever press B again, so I just need to relax. Kind of makes me wonder exactly how long every dungeon is in Final Fantasy games if you, like, optimize your paths. Because, I mean, sometimes you want to go on alternate areas to go and get, like, cool stuff. Get fat loot. FF6 has the best villain. He was insane and still got his end goal. I mean, to be fair, yeah, he did actually achieve his end goal. I wouldn't say he was completely insane, at least not till the end. He did understand what he was doing pretty well. He just had really bad goals. Kefka was an interesting villain. I like him a lot better than Sephiroth. Sephiroth's just kind of there frequently. I feel like every time I do this, I spawn the fish differently, and I have no idea how to fix that. I think I like Xdeath a whole lot, but honestly, it's not because he's effective or that good of a villain. He's just kind of funny. You know, his biggest enemy is a turtle. And not even like a really... It's not even a ninja turtle, just a regular old turtle. I mean, sure, the turtle's been around a long time. But I just need to trust it. Like, I'm not trusting it. I keep trying to do regrabs, and I don't need to regrab. Like Neo VIP death. Is that from a specific hack, or are we just referencing something else here? I kind of like Lavos. Lavos' goals are kind of inscrutable. You know, an alien, parasitic creature. Hack? Oh, interesting. I would like to learn more about this Neo VIP death. I presume he's in one of the VIP series. Lavos when he shriek. Oh yeah. It took a long time for, like, emulators to do that one correctly. Like, you could really tell the difference between an emulated version and the real version for a long time. Just because it was doing something weird with the oscillators. Not to mention, I love how he gets, like, some attacks that are very similar to some of the other monsters' attacks, like the Gato one where he sings at you. There's just something kind of funny about that. Also, the ultimate magic spell, where he drops a rock on you. VIP and wall mix 2 custom hack box. Huh. Yeah, depending upon how you play that fight, you might not actually see an awful lot of the content of those specific things. Yeah, it got attacks based on every era. Has a control reversing spell. Not a fan of that. Yeah, the rock is strong as hell. It is a really strong attack. I mean, it's good at single. It's a single character target, so it's not too bad. But yeah, like if you do the equivalent of a 4-job Fiesta with Chrono Trigger, you could be in some trouble just because like your healing options be a little bit limited for certain attacks. But the game has more than enough elixirs, mega elixirs, and the lapis, which I think does 200 to each character. But, like, you have to end up with a very specific set to have absolutely no healing spells. Like, I guess it'd be something like Magus, Chrono, Luca. Robo has healing, Marl has healing up the wazoo, Isla has healing, Frog has healing. I think I've covered every character. So 3 don't have healing. I mean, Chrono kind of has healing, just life and light. I think you might have life too, but like that's not healing. That's wasting your turn so someone else can have turns. So not quite ideal. But of course, an awful lot of those people do get like double text that heal. Like Chrono and Marl get Aura Spinner, or whatever it's called, Aura Wheel. Aura something circular. And of course, the best dual healing tech in the game, Slurp Kiss. Not because it has like the highest healing of a multi-target healing thing, but because it also heals status effects. Which, kind of valuable until you have enough like prison helms for everyone. Or a sphere, thank you. Or, no, that's not right. Or a spin, that's it. It's actually lamer than I thought. We all got kind of confused. I think Louis talking about Pokemon, I'm talking about Chrono Trigger. The double tech that Chrono and Marl have that does healing. You get it really early in the game, too. Like, it's one of the first double techs you will pick up. That or Fire Spin, one or the other. Sex and drugs, the usual. Ah, boy. I'm not anywhere close to... I'm not making progress here. Like, that's the thing that's bad. Like, all of my deaths are Fisher earlier. Like, I'm not consistently getting past that point. That's something I was doing really adequately with... No, I got stuck in the Goombas area for a long time. Like, I got stuck on Goombas for a very long time, but I feel like the Goombas was, like, much, much later in the level. Think I got this? I hope that's a statement that this area is not that long once I get past the 3 fish up there, and that one spot I have yet to see beyond. Will I leave the console running on overnight? No, because I wouldn't be streaming this tomorrow. Gotta do the Desi thing I have scheduled. So... what I might consider doing is cheating my way back, but there's not a whole lot of good ways to cheat through certain sections. Just because they all require certain speeds and power-ups, and I can't easily cheat those. Like, I can cheat through Section 1 pretty easy. I think I could cheat through a lot of Section 3, but Section 2 and 4 I just have to do legit. I don't think there's a good way for me to cheat past those. Like, the only thing I can think of is messing with, like, door stuff. Finding a way to do that. But... oh. I don't think water helps as much as you think. Thank you for the follow. Usually there's a box that pops up in the game, but I guess we can see if it works now. I think I dismissed it thanks to retry. Or it might be broken. But thank you for the follow anyway. Is the interface busted now? Yeah, I think the interface is gone. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to restart the chat client. Oh, never mind, it's not busted. That's good. Exit and try another level. I think because... Oh, is it... I don't know, but also I don't want to go and leave and exit and try another level just in case it accidentally like erases my checkpoints or something silly like that. I doubt it will, but I'm invested in this level. That weird fish gap. But also, it didn't work anyway. I think that's another important point to put here. Oh no, I've exited several times, but I have not entered another level. Entering another level might clear a flag or something, I don't know. But also the best it would do is pop up an empty box. Like, that's not that exciting, unfortunately. That's the best I've seen in this hack. But I think the interface might be broken now. Retry keeps respawn location for each main level in a table in RAM. Oh, interesting. Alright, fair enough. Still don't think it's exciting enough to exit the level so that we can see an empty box. Like, if it worked in a if this was a different hack, I totally would. If this one was doing something interesting with, like, layer 3 so we couldn't see it. But I don't think that's really how this level plays. Oh! That box! What if I can cheese it like another box? Yeah, I just can't. I couldn't leave the thing on overnight. Yeah, I think that whatever I was trying earlier was dumb. I cannot afford to lose height. You know what? If I get there, I think I have a little more updraft that I can afford. We Kaizo now? It's been Kaizo the whole time. How you doing? Oh, you've been here. Hey, Rosoft. You were just here earlier when I was better at the parts of the levels. That specific grab, rethrow thing, I think either requires... You know what? I think I know what I'm doing wrong there. What I think I should do is try to drop down onto the dry bones a little bit earlier. So... They're health points. Health points only matter if not everything in the game immediately kills you. Having 3 HP matters not when it's surrounded by instant death spikes. Yeah, okay. Trying to branch. I do play Kaizo every once in a while. It just doesn't happen very often. I was looking at like my list of videos, and I occasionally like do a ROM hack races level after moderation or something of the like. Plan is to go for CS 2, Casio Studio 2. Okay. Counter-Strike 2. Creative Suite 2. The Fable. God. Not Kaizo, it has a mushroom at the beginning. Yeah. It's more that just, like, the things that I found I've needed to do to make progress in this level have been more on the Kaizo side than the standard side of my skill sets. Sticker Star Color Splash. Oh, God. What else is SCS? Cheap Stew 2. Computer Science 2. I already did Computer Science 1. I don't really need to do Computer Science 2. The sequel to Computer Science. Computer Sciencier. With a vengeance. Okay. Handbrake. As I finish one of my beverages. It was a good beverage, but it is over now. Like, I feel if I can do this part... Nope. Flop with a vengeance. Giga flop with a vengeance. Remember people were so excited about flops? It could do billions of flops a second! And it turns out most people don't care that much about flops. Like, floating point ops are nice, but, like, I don't generally run software that requires floating point operations all that much. Integer operations where it's at. There was even that weird divergence in the 90s where, or late 90s, early 2000s, where Intel was way better at floating point, and AMD was way better with its integer ops. So... people running distributed computing projects would actually occasionally trade with each other if they had the right type of... someone had the better type of CPU for their specific project, because, like, folding at home was definitely all about the flops. Whereas the crypto projects or other things that were more integer heavy just worked so much better on AMD, and the reason for that, surprisingly, comes down to the shifter. Shift operations on Pentium 4s were a lot slower because they had omitted the barrel shifter that they had had in the Pentium 3 era. Why? Oh. Like your disk's floppy. You know, the thing is, almost no one actually... the number of people who probably used 5 1/4 inch discs is probably a lot less. 3 1/2 inch? I always get the decimal part of it confused. Nowadays, I used to be very much a stickler for correctness. But I still have some. I actually used a couple recently. I guess it wasn't recently, it was last year. I was trying to get EcoQuest to work on another computer that Squiggles had dropped off, and it would not boot from its CD-ROM drive. And so my idea was I could boot off the floppy drive, but the problem with that was that it didn't have a 3 1/2 inch floppy disk thing. Or maybe it did. I think it did, actually. So I tried to boot off of that, and that kind of worked, but I never got it far enough to be able to boot to Windows 98 to try and get to the CD-ROM drive stuff. It was a huge waste of my time. And not even a huge waste, it was like an afternoon. That's why I ended up playing EcoQuest 1 in DOSBox. Because it solved the problem. Which is that I didn't want to spend more time figuring out how to get this thing to run. The reason I didn't play it on the Squigglebox is because the audio stuff just would not initialize. And in that game, it actually matters quite a bit. Like, you really want to hear the voice acting. It's half of the charm of that game. Probably I'm going to regret how I just played that. Are you kidding me? That was terrifying. What was that nonsense? I have got to get better at this first section if I want to have any chance of getting that next section. And through it consistently. Solid state discs, they're nice, but their failure mode kind of sucks. Like, literally just the whole SSD goes, and you really can't do a whole lot about it. Simply like Fry's diskin. I have a feeling I'm about to be told something about some sort of anatomy. I'm so sick of this music already. You've made me paranoid, Fries. Made me paranoid. That reminds me of, is your leg doing better? Remember you were injured and couldn't go upstairs. It's been a while since I've asked. Swedish word for freezer counter. The fuck is a freezer counter? As in, like, a spot you'd put something in a freezer? Or... Ow. Like a freezer shelf? Or like, that's the counter for freezers. I have 1 freezer. I have 2 freezers. I have 3 freezers. It's a thing in Japanese, after all. Counters are serious business. When you get hit by ice magic and have a 20% to reflect it. Killed the dark matter like 100 times by now. Now I'm just confused. This must be a Magic the Gathering thing. I have played Magic the Gathering exactly once. It seemed fun. I'm nowhere near willing to commit any sort of level of resource to it. Oh, Kirby, okay. Dragon Ball Z, I guess, could have also worked. Because Frieza is a character in Dragon Ball Z. Because the dude loves his dumb puns. Yeah, I think the problem was I was trying to summon the block. I was just trying to do too much in a too short a period of time there. It's the dark... Oh, this song! Oh, gotcha. I thought we were still talking about freezers. That makes sense. Well, yeah, Kirby games tend to be a bit nicer and not terribly difficult in general. Is my understanding. I've only ever played 2 of them for any serious length of time. One was a Game Boy one. No, it might have been the Super Nintendo one, actually. I think it was. At Sears. I didn't figure out how to hurt the tree boss. I spent a few minutes trying to figure it out and did not figure it out successfully for some reason. And the other one was I played the NES one on stream a long, long time ago. I forget exactly what the occasion was. It might have just been I got this EverDrive here, I may as well do something fun with it. Kirby can become tough until you gotta fight the arena super bosses or 100% hard Kirbyans. Fair. Fair. Wouldn't mind revisiting the NES one, actually. I had good feelings about that. Like, it was a cool game. Uses MMC3. And uses it to a great effect. Or maybe MMC5. Never know. No one uses MMC4, and Punch-Out uses MMC2. MMC1 was somewhat common, but not that common. A lot of games used MMC3, just MMC3 was really good. Yeah, first day you woke up in 2 months without any pain in your toes. So if you're lucky, you can skip your walker by Sunday. Oh, nice! Congratulations! Hope you'll be ambulatory soon. Yeah, that was a while ago you got hurt too, so... Is Kirby Dream Land through 100% hard or just tedious? That is certainly a question for someone else in chat. Because I do not know. Two months and a couple days. Fair. That makes a lot of sense, actually. NES Kirby has inputs that get eaten and so many slowdowns. We'd probably hate it on the NES if you did like Mega Man 3. You know what? I'm actually aware. Like, there was a patch submitted to romhacking.net recently that fixed the input eating problems. So if I did play, I could play on that patch, and I would probably be less irritated. And, like, as an option. By recently, I mean, like, last couple months. Like, it was something very recent. Ah. Ideal form of Kirby's Adventure 3D Classics port on 3DS. Interesting. How you doing, Tara? Last month was healing the broken toe, and second month has been about building up muscle mass in your leg. Both good things. Oh, I don't know if I've told this story on stream at some point. When my brother managed to hurt himself pretty bad, he lost a good chunk of his hand in a car rollover accident that he wasn't remotely involved in. He was asleep in the back, and his hand went out the window. And I'm going to tell you right up front right now, he has like 95%, 97% use of his right hand still. Like, he plays the pipe organ and the piano all the time. He can type perfectly fine. So there's nothing to be bad about. Just there's only one really bad side effect, and I'll get to that part of the story. So they needed to get him some new tendons because he lost his. So he actually had external tendons for a while, which were pretty funny to look at. Sort of a weird puppety sort of thing, where there's strings on your fingers to lift them back up. Because that's what your tendons do, is they return your fingers back to the standard position. But once they did the surgery to move his tendons around a bit, I think they took some out of his feet or something. I'm not all that familiar with where the tendons are in the body, outside of those in the hand. That was an interesting way to fail. But when he did the skin graft, they wanted to just, make it heal pretty naturally. And so what they did was they sewed his hand to his groin. So for 3 months, his hand was in his pants constantly. And honestly, there's no way it's not funny. So he actually would hang around in sweatpants, because what else can you do when you've got your hand stuck in your pants? Yeah. The best part is that you can really see where this happened, because the graft is perfect. Like, it's still good skin and all that, but you can kind of see where it was grafted. But it's a little fatter than than the rest of the skin on his hand. And apparently one of the problems with this type of skin graft is that later in life, if you get fat, your hand will get fat too. In that area, the skin. The skin just knows that it's belly fat and it's going to get fatter. So he has to watch out for that. But as far as downsides go, I think most people take that, given that he lost all of his tendons in that hand. So there you go. Imagine if he fell. Oh, he didn't fall. It was a pretty standard accident. And he didn't fall because, when he had his hand in his pants, because he was careful and didn't really go many places. There's not a lot of places you can go while you got your hand in your pants. So. But yeah, it's a, I would say, entertaining story, but, it was actually pretty tragic at the time. We were very worried about it. Thankfully, he had access to, really good surgeons and stuff at University of Washington, and that was close to home, so his surgeries weren't all that traumatic, and there was a place for him to sleep at home. He was in college at the time, and worked out okay because he managed to snag himself. He talked to some of the people he interned with at Microsoft the prior summer, and they're like, yeah, we could use you around for a couple months. So he didn't spend the whole time goofing off. Though he did play a lot, and I mean a lot, the snowboarding minigame in Final Fantasy VII. I don't know why I'm getting bricks. Toilet breaks and other stuff, yeah. It still was a challenge, but not the worst type of thing. And of course, you know, he went to physical therapy and stuff to regain use of his hand. So, you can tell him the funny part, but that's how it works. Like I said, he retains, you know, almost all use in it. As far as I know, no actual diminished. If there is something small, it's something he complains about. Yeah, I actually have no idea which Kirby version is which, so I'm just kind of left the Kirby discussion to y'all in chat. In fact, like, the most Kirby I've ever watched might actually be the Brutal Mario boss. The final one in the final demo. I'm aware that that's a Kirby boss. Too low. Just wish I could get past this fish consistently. I go through, like, phases where I get it almost always. Marks? Yeah, Marks. I believe that's the name of the character. Like I said, it was, like, very late Brutal Mario. Shane Carroll never finished it, but at the same time, I think it's one of those projects where the ambitions might have gotten too big. Do not blame him for not finishing it. Oh, I didn't think I'd live there. Duck jump for the segment before Dry Bones. Oh! What? You mean the one after the fish? Because I can't duck jump for the fish. I don't have enough juice to make it all the way over there. I believe the A is required. And for the dry bone part, it'd be good if I could duck jump, but I don't think I have enough band control. I'm not good enough to pull that off, I don't think. Segment with the dry bones, duck jump entering that part. Ah, okay, I see what you mean. That might be possible, but I'm not gonna bank on it. Like, I'm trying to get enough things done in that section that I'm not sure that I have time to duck consistently. Crap. If you duck jump the ceiling, you can bump the ceiling more and be okay. Oh, you know what? You're right. That would be really handy for that section. I think if I was more consistent at fish, that'd be something I'd really want to integrate into what I'm doing. The problem is, I am not consistent at all right now. Like, I like the idea. Like, I'm duck jumping everywhere else. It seems to be a consistent and good idea. But I'm not having any, yeah. And sometimes I'm just not quite getting the even odd inputs I need. Oh. But I like the idea. I'm trying to think of another, like, interesting thing about that period. It wasn't even my copy of Final Fantasy VII. I don't think I ever gave it back to the dude. Might still have some of the discs lying around somewhere. It was a cool game. Yeah, I do not have the time to pull that off. I like the idea, but I'm not getting there the way I need to make that work. I'm trying to, like... Maybe? I don't know. I'm just... Yeah, I basically jump immediately once I hit the block. Like, I think I'm fine. Like, I think it's not great, but I think it's okay. Oh. I don't even know what that last section's gonna require. Just, like, the timing is so weird. Like, I barely cleared one of the Buzzy Beetles. Like, the game here is completely opaque to me. Surprisingly doable from what you remember. Maximum stalling. I think maybe I just didn't do it right, or I'm not spawning them in correctly for maximal stalling. Like, but I've only done it once, so I don't really know. Like, it's one of those, I might just get to the end of that and actually beat the whole thing if I'm lucky, which would be great. Because I'm rapidly running out of stream time. And I was hoping my Thursday would be something else, but I'm beginning to doubt that it will. Yeah, like, if I can spawn that first, I don't... Oh. It's like everything is really tight. And there's still a boss after this. Assuming it's on par with the other Lakitu, that took me about 30 minutes. And I can hear garbage trucks, which is always a bad sign. No, I should just Stacy it up, but I think, unfortunately, this is going to be a bust. Because I still got work tomorrow, and I have been at this section for 2 hours. Maybe not the... No, I haven't been in this section. I've been in the combination of sections for... I don't know when I got in this section. But, like, basically, unless I get it in the next minute or next, like, 5 minutes or so, I'm probably gonna have to just call it. My consistency at the fish thing is so crap. Like, I'm getting other parts down and getting more chances at some of them. Just like everything needs to have that little extra bit that kills you. Also, I'm starting to see faces in the background, which is just starting to drive me a little bit nuts. I know it's a Rorschach test, but still. When you start seeing faces in a background, might be a sign to stop. Because as much as I do want to beat this today, and free up my Thursday for something else, I just don't have the wherewithal. Duck jumping is pretty huge for that part. Might be hard, but also more doable. I think getting into that section, the last section, duck jumping, is probably feasible enough. Like, I've been panicking in that part, but, like, that's because I haven't had that many attempts at it. Like, something I could do there, as an option, would be to start up the duck jump after... Well, I can also spawn the block a lot earlier to help me get time to do the block jump in terms of, like, finger bandwidth. But yeah, just, I don't understand the point of doing the health system thing when everything kills you instantly. Like, there's certainly enough here that it would still be really hard even with 3 hits. without the instant death spikes. Like, this would still be a challenging level, because you still have to do enough of these jumps consistently. But this is what it is. I'm doing that part too good now. Also, like, my fingers are starting to hurt. The first time I failed that way. It's an interesting mode of failure, but still a mode of failure. Keep thinking I have a little bit more juice there than I do. And you have to do it there. It's not auto that you get the jump if you're not holding B to some extent. There's just a lot of little things. Still got onto this part legit. I think if I had to do that part legit, I probably would be much more unhappy than I am. A lot later than I wanted to spawn that block. I'm not really sure why. I'm debating whether or not I want to go back to trying to spawn the block early. I don't think it matters too much. Well, I guess actually it does, because I kept throwing the block backwards. Which is why I kind of abandoned that strat, because it was making things worse. Even if I feel like I'm at the end of it, because I'm doing that by feel by when I stop moving. But that's not when I stop spinning, and so spawning the block there is not a guarantee of anything, really. I let go of B. I think you do need the extra float time anyway, just to make it work there. You think at least half the time it would go the other way, but no. If I'm spinning and I do the block there, it always goes left. Okay. Short handbrake. I'm at least happy I got 2 sections down. Yeah, so I want to make sure I go into the dry bones heading the right direction. Like, I think the fish obstacle might be the thing I found most frustrating in this level entirely. Like, I cannot come up with something that frustrated me more. Like, I do not understand the fish obstacle. I keep getting, like, ever so slightly different spawns. Okay. No. Yeah, I even got the duck. Just right up into those spikes. Yeah, I wouldn't say, like, keyboard inputs would help all that much here. Like, keyboard is really important when you need to have orthogonal inputs and make sure you're not going to have superfluous inputs. of like up or down, left or right, like combinations of things. And I don't think I've come across anything here where like I really wish I could have a guarantee about that. I'm curious what your theory is, Fry. But like, it's definitely not that sort of thing. I've definitely played some levels where like I wanted to be able to have separation of those things. Nope. It's a relatively tight margin. I'm kind of thinking maybe I should just eat it. I haven't seen enough value I can get out of not taking a hit there, relatively speaking. Like... Like, being able to choose your hits only matters if there's multiple hits. And now suddenly the fish thing's always lining up and I don't know why. Like, I'm slightly remoralized. Slightly. Only slightly, though. But watch, since I mentioned it, the fish will no longer line up anymore. At least we're not in the throes of summer where if I stayed awake this late, it would already be light out. Ah! Did that part a little too fast. I didn't get the height I needed on a couple of those. Okay. Good thing I did figure out at least some of my work stuff earlier today. Just looking at figuring out how a certain interface worked, and I think I found the part I need to look at. Hopefully. Oh. Watch for directions and shift for block spawn. Both as you say, should have asked first how block spawn and flight is mapped. Flight is mapped to pressing B, just holding B. And the blocks are mapped to L and R. So, like, they're not far away, but I certainly don't have, like, the bandwidth to often do the things I want to just because my fingers are in the wrong spots. And I'm not that dexterous. Something you're meant to adapt to because it's random. Did find you weren't able to change strats too much, but it was worth commenting on feedback. It is a strange obstacle. Are they actually random? Because, like, I feel like there's a consistency where there's, like, a gap in the middle that you're kind of supposed to deal with. I don't know. Need to be closer. Yeah, I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me if Yogui's playing on a keyboard, but I haven't gotten a sense that, like, this was designed around the ideas of a keyboard. I'm trying to come up with, like, a level where it's clearly requiring you to use a keyboard. And, like, I remember there was one in KLDC where, like, or prior KLDC, not the most recent, where, like, you had to hold down certain buttons to make sure certain platforms existed. And on an SNES controller, that's really hard. Upon spawning, then it's consistent. Oh, the frames until they do their pulse is random. Until spawning, then it's... okay. Controller melancholy, there you go. Like, playing that kind of thing on a keyboard is easy because you know exactly which buttons you'll be pressing. On a SNES controller, good fucking luck. There's a lot of superfluous up inputs that you will do, and down inputs, as I've discovered. Nuts. I didn't even see it. Wasn't even looking for it. Okay, Louie, clue me in. How much further... Is there a lot past that part? Like, you've expressed optimism. But I think at this point I have to either come up with a new source of optimism for myself, or give up for the evening. 4 hours going strong? I mean, yeah. Expressed optimism at overstating your skills. I think it was more that the level was close to the end at that point. I think Louie's fairly familiar with my level of skill. Why did I spin jump? That's stupid. Apart from the beetle is a bit long, but you can get it in like one go. Honestly, there's a tiny bit more, but you forget the exact obstacles. Okay, fair enough. Do I like this spawn? I think I do. I do like this spawn. Where would I have gone? Okay, I played that stupid, I'm not going to deny. I'm trying to think of, like, what I should have done. Pick the throwbot, it's caught by the shellless Koopa, and you spin jump on a midair. What? You may as well tell me I shoot the Cyber Demon until it dies, 'cause I'm pretty sure that's not relevant for this level. I'm a big fan of shooting the Cyber Demon until it dies. That's what's left after Koopa. Intriguing. Okay. Yeah, I'm not certain what I'm doing different with regards to the fish, but it's suddenly getting a lot more successful. I do feel it is a certain amount of RNG, or just like I have relegated doing this to a certain part of my brain that is on autopilot at this point. Favorite, just one cyclet? Ugh. Alright, well, at least I'm mildly more remoralized. Then I get to the end, and we discover Kaizo 3 Bowser. Just kind of chilling, waiting for you. I don't know, Kaizo 3 Bowser on a fish and boo. No pain, no gain. Feel the burn! Feel like a pony! Don't you feel like a pony when you sweat? Trying to think of any other absurd, over-the-top workout endorsements. No! Mentioned earlier, but you want maximum stalling for the Bony Beetles? Okay. I think you did, and yeah. I think it's a case where, like, I basically have to trust that the timer will be up when I land on them, because I'm pretty sure I'm not going to get a visual indication. Final boss is Boom Boom with one Bony Beetle and only spikes. That sounds about right. No! Bit tight, but always worked for you. Okay. I'll try. Have faith in the setup. I just think it's really awkward where you have to trust it that much. I don't know. Say right now, I think this section alone has earned this. It's a Kaizo mark. Like, I might have had my doubts before, but I do not think I have doubts now. Several of the things that I think this is asking me to do are things that I definitely could not have done without a little bit of Kaizo knowledge and nonsense. Too late. Ow. Yeah, I think the interface has been busted for like half an hour, so all of the deaths here are not being marked down, and I don't really care. No. Gotta go. Alright, see you later, Matt. Have fun in class. I think. Should be class Wednesday. I would assume so. Dead on the inside right now? A little bit. Not entirely dead. Just mostly dead. One of those, like, I feel like I've talked about all, like, recent event things and cool stuff I've looked into recently, and there's not much else to do aside from bitch about the level. And frankly, some of it is just bitching, right? Like, an awful lot of this is just tight and annoying for the purposes of being tight and annoying. I also don't need to take that corner as aggressively as I think I do, because I do have flight. And I think I could inch up there if I just do the jump. So I could probably mitigate a few deaths there if I just keep that in mind. And the fish are cooperating right now. They were not cooperating earlier. That dry bones didn't cooperate, though. What am I doing? I don't want to block. Dream job B? I mean, assuming that I'm not worried about being paid, I always thought I'd like to be a teacher. That or own a tiki bar on some island somewhere. One or the other. They're both very similar jobs, as it turns out. Yeah, I think I could do an adequate job as a math teacher, computer science stuff. To an extent, of course. Couldn't expect me to, like, teach people multivariable, ridiculous calculus. Especially when I never took that class myself. But through basic algebra and trig, and through at least differential calculus, I could probably still hold my own to a reasonable extent. Though I'd probably need to bone up on a bunch of my trig identities and stuff for differential calculus. I feel like how I approach that dry bones makes a huge difference in how that goes. No! That's one of my least favorite things about this whole block setup, is like, if you destroy a block inside of it, it does not work consistently. Sometimes it does. But not right there, ever. Also wouldn't mind, like, driving a school bus, if I was already pretty happy with my life, in terms of monetary inducements. One of those lines I always liked out of Forrest Gump is, I mowed the lawn for free. Just because, you know what? He liked landscaping. No great shame in that. One of the things that, like, Japan does right is, like, an awful lot of retirees also have, like, not terribly important jobs, but just, like, jobs that are kind of just there for old people. Like, crossing guard for a street that already has a street light. But just keeps them out and active in the community. Love to be a carpenter again, over a small bit, but you'd like to during summer periods. Oh, that'd be kind of fun. Carpenter's a nice, nice set of skills. Yeah, I still cannot get over the crossing guards for roads that have lights. That was one of those things that I thought was absolutely hilarious. Near school, crossing guards. Yeah, near school, certainly, but the one I'm thinking of was a crossing guard at a... let me think, where was it? It was a really busy intersection next to the station in Hiroshima. And it, like, literally right next to the station, and there's hundreds of people going by, and he is completely and utterly superfluous. I didn't duck. But yeah, near schools, yeah, absolutely fine. No problem with that. Especially for little kids, it's nice to have someone at full height to make them more visible. My understanding is also in Japan, like, kids learn to raise their hands when crossing the road, so you, like, you know, are asking a question of the cars. And if nothing else, it helps make them a little bit more visible, which I don't think is a bad thing. Look both ways before you cross the street, and other rules are generally not bad ones. I'm a big fan of those. Fine. Okay. No! Yeah, it was just weird. It was also doing a baseball game. Like, there was no reason for this man to be trying to help people across the road. There was a ridiculous number of people there. Like, the cars wouldn't be able to make it anyway until they were done crossing. It was just kind of that situation. Well... Oh. Moralized! Alright. What's next? A really hard-to-see door. Alright, well, I guess we're in. In for a penny, in for a pound. Oh, we're fighting a reprise. Alright. Creepier reprise. Who has a lot more powerful attacks. Oh god! I wasn't ready for any of this. Okay, well, at least... Ah. I understand 2 out of 3 of the attacks. Oh, and I keep getting hit by the balls. Stop hitting me with your balls! Ah, okay. This one's fun, alright. Ah, I do not like the ball attack. You're like, oh, what? Alright, well that's new. You know what's worse? He's gonna have these attacks get even worse once he gets halfway through. I guess if I get a projectile, he gets a projectile. It's kind of fair. Yep, 14 hits. So best not to miss. At least the fire thing is highly symmetric, unlike the last fiery thing. He throws as many balls as he wants, is the end of that sentence. Yeah, I screwed that up. He throws the balls on a timer is what's really going on, okay. Yeah, now I must finish it. Good point. But first, I'm going to get up, and I'm going to take a stretch break and use the bathroom, and then I'm going to finish this. I'll be right back. Enjoy this discordant music. Right. Retry. So really, I just don't want to get hit by the balls. And I need to pay attention to what's happening there. The balls are going to low contrast on my screen. So I gotta drop really quick so I have a shot to do that particular thing. I'm learning. Slowly, but I'm learning. I think that's still easier than the late stage version. Yeah, I did that really poorly. Like, that's not hard, you just have to pick a direction and stick with it. Whereas I messed that up. Like, my trade isn't... that was bad, actually. Well... oh no! Alright, so that's how that changes. Was the stray bullets. I mean, the stray bullets are hard to see. Like, they blend in with the background here, because they're kind of purpley, and the background's kind of brownish. Like, they're just really similar colors. They lack contrast. I guess I have to learn... I need to learn the fire, but also I need to get lucky and not have him be in the middle of the fire, if that makes sense. I kind of feel like the, I guess there's two variants of each thing, except fire, like I said. So I was not confident. Oh, you did it 3 times? Well, that's new. Okay. Got greedy and that hit you? Yeah, fair enough. Like, I'm not doing bad. Like, I'm making some progress. I'm learning well enough. Well, maybe I'm not learning well enough. But yeah, I don't think this is going to take nearly as long as the prior level did. The biggest problem is when he gets through the halfway point learning some of the other things, and of course paying attention to his attacks and making sure I don't mess up the other tells. And of course keeping the pressure on. Just always keeping the pressure on. See? Just not falling for those tells. And of course actually doing the things. But yeah, I think like a little bit of an outline on the projectiles would just be a nice thing if that's something Louis wanted, or Yogui wanted to do. Got my people with their vowels in the wrong spots. Ah, what am I doing? What am I doing? The thing is, it's still worth just continuing. I could probably... I was about to say I could sandbag, but I shouldn't do that. The other thing, just staying on top. Oh, the straight bullets. Stay on top of my resource management. Yeah, no, the straight bullets are really starting to give me some pause. Also, look, he was in a really bad spot for that. I like the ice attack. I'd like more of those. Oh, I forgot to attack him from the get-go. I probably should have kept practicing the maze. Well, This is definitely a harder version of the boss. You could tell because he's got a bigger goatee. Goatees are always evil. If you think you've encountered someone with a goatee who isn't evil, you're probably wrong. It's a very predictable facial styling. Okay, I'm getting greedy. I need to stop doing that. I should never jump. I should just never jump. Like the project, I want to jump to throw these just to make them a little bit more consistent, but I should not do that. The stray bullets will get me. So I need to stay on the ground until I know I need to be in the air. And that bullet came way quicker than the other ones. I was really hoping for a third one. Alright, well, you know what? Down to 6. That's because he never summoned fire. In the entire time I was playing that last, he did not fire once. That's probably why it worked. I didn't anticipate that. Closer. Closer indeed. But it's progress. Oh, fuck. I need to stop getting demoralized when I take an early hit. There's no reason. I have 3 hits for a reason. I need to not jump. Only jump when you are dodging something. Bonk. Nope. Ah. See, that was complete greed. Oh, hey, look, a new form! Alright, well, at least I read that. Nope! And then I ran backwards. Just focus? No, not just focus. Forward focus. Or Ford Fulkerson, one or the other. I forget what graph theory that one is, or which graph algorithm that is. No min cut max flow, I can tell you that much. I couldn't tell you what it is, but it's not that. Dang pink bullets. Oh, no! No! Yeah, I guess I should have been ready for that. Yeah, the new attacks come at half health. I just assumed that because of, except the ice. The ice does its thing randomly. The old version of this boss, the first one you fight, has that happen too. His attacks change slightly at the midway. This has been a tremendous waste of time. I ascended too quickly. Original character floated too close to the sun. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to protect our original character. Make sure this man does not steal him. Well, okay, well, that's the thing that happened. No! I assumed it spawned differently. Okay. My understanding of that attack was incorrect. That's what got me killed. Like, very incorrect. Honestly, I think I really prefer the ice attack over the other ones. Ugh. Including... I was not prepared for that. Oh, I'm not prepared for that again. Change characters, random. I think the interface is broken. I don't think it will work, and I think I'll just have to restart the bot. But I'm willing to give it a shot. I don't think it'll actually crash, though. Ice got faster. See what happens. Yep. Like I said, I think the interface is dead. So, yeah, interface is dead. Bring the bot back up in standard mode. Nope, we get stuck with original character. And I will have to go and refund Max some points. And that was a bust. Yeah, I thought that it broke around the time that I tried to rerun that alert. It just didn't work. Ah, nope. Scratching my nose does not work. Actually, really quick, make sure it's not stuck. It's not stuck. You refund one year several. I think I refunded most of those. I'd have to check, it's been a while. Not all of them, mind. But at least one of them I've refunded. I'll have to come up with something eventually for double VIP. I've done something very stupid here. I got hit twice by the same attack. It's like running into a parked car. Can't imagine the queue. Oh, man. I'll take a screenshot and put it in Discord later. Because it's something. It's one of the reasons why I don't have to worry about Fisk or Squiggles refunding things. Is because it's so awful to actually get to the most recent ones. And I never clear out the queue, because I don't have to. Everything is managed by the bot. Like, I don't feel the need to say, oh yeah, I cleared that one. Getting worse. I'll take a screenshot later, like I said. I think I did clear it out, like, once a year and a half ago. Just because, like, it felt like time to do that kind of thing. But it has been a long time. A very long time. Dang it. Thought I'd be able to make it in time. Not have health yet. I was worried about that. The lightning ones. Oh no. It's time for the lightning round. But you cannot see his wounds. He is being cooked internally. Oh no. While he appears fine, he is being badly burned internally. What made you start streaming? That's a good question. Honestly, it's been long enough that I've kind of forgotten. I think I just kind of liked doing it. But most of the time when I was doing it before was pretty much to an audience of nobody back in the day. There were really two things I would do. It's like 4-Job Fiesta or really, really drunk Donkey Kong Country 2. And in the case of Donkey Kong Country 2, it was often just a way to sober up before going to bed. Which I'll admit, not one of my better strategies, in the grand scheme of things. But also did a little bit of ROM Hack Races stuff. Not the Kaizo. There used to be Mystery Monday back in the day, which was a lot of fun. Play like standard hacks, race those. Guess I also kind of thought I wanted to do speedrunning stuff, but as evidenced, I don't. Dang it, I cannot be indecisive there. My original character cannot be indecisive. Drunk Pat, yeah. Less likely than you think. I guess also, like, doing the USB stuff was one of the big things. You just think you want to do speedruns, you never stuck with them. I mean, that's kind of the thing, is, like, you really have to grind out a lot of stuff if you want to be in any of the big league important speedrun categories. Like, at least Kaizo, like, you can kind of be okay with a lot of Kaizo things just by not dying. You don't need to be that good for an awful lot of Kaizo speedruns. Quickie, yes. Quickie 2, yes. But, like, an awful lot of them are just literally play it good enough and don't die. But for pretty much any other serious game, that's not remotely true. Like, if you want to be remotely good at, say, Mario 64, you really need to put your time in on the various tricks. You can't simply be a good 64 player. You also need to be able to do cannonless. You need to be able to do Lakitu skip. You need to be able to do all sorts of other things. It just requires sitting down and doing the grind. I don't know if there was time to dodge that. No. Like, the closest I've ever really gotten with speedrunning is doing the 12-hour challenge stuff with Hawaluta a couple times. Which reminds me, I should see when the next one of those is, because I think it's coming up. If not, it's already if it hasn't already happened. Because those are kind of fun. We've generally picked, like, games that have small boards or not too much tech. I mean, the two things we've done are the Legend of Zelda hack, or the SMW Legend of Zelda hack that Maxwell Hacks made, which is really cool. Would recommend to anybody. Like, it's just a really fun, very chocolatey experience. With a bunch of really cool bosses. He really put the work in. There's a really awesome trailer for it, too. I'm certain I've talked about that on stream, but, like, there's a trailer for it that's done up, and it's overly excited. It's done in Portuguese. Quattro megas! It's recorded on a VHS tape to have that unique recorded on VHS tape aesthetic. And it's absolutely perfectly done because it's actually on a VHS tape, no filter. Big categories. I remember the dude who ranked all the players. Oh, I mean, based on speedrun. I don't think I do. Split lightning because it's funny how you're meant to dodge it. I don't think I figured that one out yet. Oh, 50 best Kaizo player in the world. I don't think I've seen that one. I remember someone wanted to calculate who was the best Kaizo player in the world, and they posted their findings to RomHack Race's Discord, and they were like, no, this is kind of dumb, please don't. Which, completely reasonable. Like, there's no way to determine who's the best Kaizo player in the world in terms of speedruns, unless you care about the speedruns, which, like, a lot of players don't. Like, Louis doesn't, as we've discussed right now. I don't think Katoon gives two shits about speedrunning. I know Glitchcat's pretty much done with it. Like, he thought about trying to workshop out some stuff in Quickie 1, but basically was like, no, I'm happy to let this stand. I don't need... That's not a thing I need in my life. Doubt Third Wall cares. Like, the list could just go on and on of people who are really good at Kaizo. Does Shoujo care? I don't know. Like, just a lot of good players do not care to do speedruns, and I don't really blame them. How the fuck am I supposed to dodge that? 100th or so because your DGR runs and Learn to Kaizo runs, which are all 1 or 2 attempts. Exactly. Oh, that is the one I was thinking of. Holy cow. Yeah, yeah. I remember that. Oh, Septic Feynman. As big bosses, don't play on SNES Classic, some effects mess up. Final boss. Oh, yeah, Maxwell Hacks, yeah. Oh, God. I remember spending so much time on, what was that boss? It was the underwater one. We both spent a while until we figured out exactly how we could hurt it. It really wasn't obvious. And even when you did it right, it wasn't obvious that you were succeeding. It's one of those kinds of bosses. Like, aside from that, and the fact that some of those levels are really damn long, it's a really awesome hack. Would recommend. And if you do a speed run, just submit it, because I own the speed board for that, for some reason. I think if we do another one, I think our goal was to pick another, like, perfectly fine, standard-ish hack, and go for it. I found some cool tech for the Maxwell Hacks hack. My strategy, like, Hawalutta really liked my strategy for the second run of the Desert Temple. For finding the coins. I had a death warp in it, which I thought was pretty clever. And if I didn't actually execute it in the speedrun contest, though. So. Come back and there's a boss. Yep. I finally got through the room. I was surprisingly close multiple times. Louis gave me some useful advice, which was just trust the setup. And I did, and it worked. And then I panicked and threw something, and I had enough HP to still get through, thankfully. So I guess that's the argument for not taking damage somewhere. Was that one spot where I needed HP. But I'm hoping we'll be done with this. And I'll finish collating my notes. And I don't think there's anything that would keep me from accepting this. Like, there's no real soft locks. You can't have soft locks in a game that actively has an anti-soft locky thing. So... like, a game that lets you murder yourself or take yourself to the world map at any point in time cannot have important soft locks. Like, I'm certain there's times where you want to fix those sorts of things, but it ultimately doesn't come down to being rejectable because you can't get stuck. Ah. Don't quote me on that. That is not official doctrine, but it's certainly close enough for me. What if you could pause on death and lock up your buttons? Maybe? I think it's the kind of thing where I would need to see it in action before I came to an actual conclusion. But regardless, that's not what we have here. The odds of that kind of bug existing in this are very low. I don't know why I'm not dodging those anymore. Oh, I'm dead. I'm not dead. I'm regressing, though. I was doing better earlier. I was dodging the stupid balls more often. I also was getting fewer fires. Get the feeling this boss's attacks are layer 2. Oh, I am tired. It's almost 5... It is 5 a.m. Like, I was kind of hoping this would take, like, an hour or so. Or not an hour. So, like, a couple hours, maybe 3 hours, maybe 4 hours. But we're into getting close to 5 hours. I got hit because I was looking to the other side twice. I still don't know how to dodge the double lightning. Like, the thing you have to remember is when I stream, it's the last thing I do. I quite literally raid someone, I brush my teeth, and I go to bed. I'll often, like... hang in their chat for a little bit, but usually it's literally the last thing I'm doing. I'll have worked most of the day, I'll have done most of the things I want to do, and this is the end of the day for me. I like early lightning, frequently. Getting better at dodging it. I think I went too... I didn't go too high. I went too high. Late lightning, no! Oh, that? Huh? No! No! I hit by the stupid ball. Brush your teeth before streaming. Smart. Except I'd rather be able to consume beverages and not have them taste of toothpaste. I consider that to be a bit more important than optimizing. Also, like, I'm pretty sure brushing your teeth, like, 5 hours before you go to bed is not the right call. I don't know. I mean, dentists want you to brush your teeth every waking moment of the day, so... don't know how that's actually supposed to work, but, you know, that's what they want you to do. 3 out of 4 dentists recommend that kind of thing. Not being a dentist, I do not fully understand this. I do, however, know all of the words to compressors brush your teeth. So, I think that qualifies me for something. Actually, no, I don't know all the words. I think it's just brush your teeth. I think it's the only words in the song. Oh, you can eat schnitzel and you could eat sweets. So it's always important to brush your teeth. I think there must be more to it now that I think about it. Oh, Compressor. It was the best German band led by a man who doesn't actually speak German music. German language. Actually made by the guy from Toothpaste for Dinner. Does it provide a certain level of irony for the Brush Your Teeth song now, I suppose. Which I don't have time to think about, because I'm busy dodging lightning bolts. I was really hoping for a third one. I was doing so well dodging it until that moment. Slower going down. Either way, Compressor did my favorite version of The Girl from Ipanema ever. Which is not a song you should have a favorite version of, because it's not a very good song. It's very elevator music. In fact, arguably, I think the only time anyone ever hears that particular song is in an elevator. Or in a scene replicating an elevator. If you've heard the Jurassic Park song, it's definitely a parody, style parody of The Girl from Ipanema. The Jurassic Park elevator song from the Super Nintendo game. Really? Only one? Ah. I'm really bad at timing everything. Brush your teeth. The funny thing about elevator music is that it raises you up and brings you... oh, I'm tempted to ban you for that one. So tempted. You modded me well. I'm tempted. I'm not going to. That's where the joke ends. But yes, brush your teeth. It's a lot nicer than getting cavities filled later in life, let me tell ya. Flossing, I think, might actually be more important. Just getting that shit out between your teeth. I floss pretty religiously, and I also use, like, toothpicks after every meal. Shouldn't get hit twice. Well, I'm getting better at getting him down to about half health, but... still not there. Where's your VIP? Does remind me. I was thinking... what was I thinking? There was something I was thinking... oh man, I had an idea that was important, and now I've lost it. I just keep getting hit by things. I had an idea, Faro, for something that I wanted to commission you to do, and I completely forgot what it was. Maybe I'll remember tomorrow. But it was definitely something. Oh, I remember now. Okay, yeah, no, I'll remember now. That's what I wanted, I think. I may discuss this with you later. If I determine that it was actually a good idea. But we will see. No! I stopped. Okay, at least it was the kind that I could actually avoid if I wasn't being actively dumb. Like, that doesn't change much, and it's the old one? That was unexpected. Oh, it's both of them. I'm so fucked. Oh. I'm not... no! Wait, I still had another hit? Oh no, I'm fucked now. Maybe I should pay attention instead of reading the chat message? I definitely did that until I died. I'm just business-like, man. It's just business. We will speak later about this. I'll schedule a meeting. What is it? We'll set up a Zoom? Is that the thing that people in business talk about nowadays? One of those Taskmaster bits I keep coming back to is make this coconut look like a businessman. That's a really good task. People took an awful lot of different tacks on that one. Including the guy who made his coconut an actual business. Like, got him registered with the British Business Council and everything. Okay, well, my brilliant plan wasn't quite so brilliant. Oh, no! Microsoft team up later. Oh, God. Oh, what would be, like, the like, oldest, still reasonable, like, VoIP tech? TeamSpeak? Do people... Yahoo Messages? And there's gotta be, like, a list of old VoIP stuff that might still work. Vent? Is Ventrilo still around? Like, I think the only time I really thought about Ventrilo was the Duke Nukem Ventrilo harassment flash videos from back in the day. Where dude just took a Duke Nukem soundboard and just annoyed the hell out of some mod. Wasn't nice, but it was entertaining. Oh, I screwed up. That was a completely avoidable disaster. I just had to stand somewhere else. Google Hangout. Oh, yeah. Some sort of crazy new boss? Maybe. It is definitely a lot of Layer 2 nonsense, which I kind of appreciate. Ventrilo, I believe, is the name of this specific thing. I mean, if you look it up, like, Duke Nukem Vent Harassment would probably be the easiest way to find the actual way to spell it. But it was one of those, like, ASFs that people carried around for the longest time. I want to say it probably showed up on the 3D Realms website first because of the Duke Nukem aspect, but 3D Realms was also, like, an area where people would spread viral content for a long time. They had a pretty active forum set. For whatever value of viral existed in, like, the early 2000s, 90s. Late 90s. I would like to be shot with fewer bullets. Oldest one was either Ventrilo or TeamSpeak. It wasn't until Skype became the norm for private people. That sounds about right. Is Skype alive? Microsoft's kept it alive. It is worse. It is worse than it used to be. Like, Skype used to be pretty decent. Skype for Business is complete and utter trash. Having suffered through it in a couple different businesses. Like, I don't really like Zoom, but Zoom is still better than Skype for Business. It just never worked. If I'm standing in the wrong spot, like, the fire is just 2 hits. No waiting. Like, basically my hope is he just keeps spamming ice in the early phases and continues to spam ice in the later phases. One nice thing about the, like, ammo economy of this is that as long as you're holding the block, you can already start spawning a new one. Yeah, I jumped early. Or late. Or something. No! No! Use TeamSpeak. The lost connection in the background of your oldest videos? Huh. A lot of the classic internal political struggles within Microsoft. Without great product leaders, they botch a lot of apps. I mean, Microsoft acquisition has generally been just pretty poor. Can point to a few acquisitions they did that were pretty decent, but not very many. I think PowerPoint might have been their most successful acquisition, and that's saying something. Hangouts are okay, despite the fact that they rebrand them every couple years. It's really dumb. The problem is at Google is if you want to get promoted as a PM or anyone else, you have to ship a product. And the problem is Google doesn't have that many good products left to ship. And so basically it turns into shuffling deck chairs on the Titanic. It's just a complete waste of everyone's time and development efforts. Like, no one there actually wants to take any real risks. They just want to get promoted with minimal effort. Is the way to dodge that just to not be in it? Like, that's the only way I can think. Nope. Especially because the second one's coming. To dodge it. SQL Server? Was that an acquisition? I don't remember if that was an acquisition. I want to say that was in home. Like, some of Microsoft's homebrewed stuff is not bad. I don't think SQL Server is particularly bad. I don't have any particular opinion about it. I don't have a favorite. In fact, I do have a favorite SQL Server. It's SQLite. But we all know that's really not going to work for an awful lot of things. SQL Server's fine. I have no real beef with Microsoft Server for its various purposes, though it's probably a bit much for a web server. Thank you, Ice. I love you. When I remember programming, like, ASP.NET, I kind of remember liking. I did do some ASP original with the JScript, but, that wasn't great. I let go of B for no apparent reason. I was prepared for the second... I was prepared for the other fire form. I was not prepared for any fire form. So the way to dodge it, just not to touch it. They bought it from Sybase, huh? Way to dodge it is to fly over the clouds entirely? Oh my. Now, I used Hangouts for a long time. Like, it was good. But just, like, they have continuously done things to make it kind of worse. I liked GChat originally because it was convenient and it was compatible with a lot of things because it had a... whatever Jabber turned into back end. Whatever they ended up calling that. Back when people thought interop was a good idea between things. Which they don't anymore. Is it XMPP or something? I forget what the exact protocol name was, but they got rid of that support, and then they started trying to tack on more stuff. Redesigned the UI about 50 times. Name it a bunch of different things. Trying to come up with another Microsoft acquisition. It's been too long. Joint collaboration in the beginning, and they split from Sybase and continued on SAP. Okay. Intriguing. I did not know about that. Did not know about that at all. There were an awful lot more random database products back in the day. Like DBase. And, Cornerstone, which is intriguing because it was the product that killed Infocom. They really thought that, probably a little bit too early, that natural language processing as a way to process data was a good idea. And bet way too much upon it. Yeah. I looked at the hearts. I knew it was coming. Come on, give me 3. Yeah! 3 ice! Okay, that was dumb. Okay, it's bad because he's going to fire it up. Oh no, never mind, he doesn't follow it up with the second fire. Oh, I could have done this one. Fuck you, IBM. Yep. OS2. That was a thing that existed. I remember thinking OS2 was going to be the best operating system of all time. Boy, were we all wrong. NT, better than OS2. Sad, but true. I don't know why I duck. This isn't Mario Maker. I mean, I duck for that, but that's more reasonable. Oh, I did it. So stupid. I mean, I guess OS2 worked out okay in the end. I mean, I think people used it for, like, ATMs or something. But, yeah, that's a low bar. We found one use for your product. Sure, it wasn't the original use, but, you know, it makes a good doorstop. I was in the air and I wasn't ready. If it'd thrown a third one, I would have been... Ah, I'm toast. Yeah, that does work marginally better. OS2 is an A... What? I do not know what that actually stands for. I just remember using it once or twice. We had some install discs kicking around, and we played around with it on a couple computers that nobody cared that much about at the time. But of course, this was in the Windows 3.1 era, where people demanded a lot less. Oh. What? No! Google then? Very possibly. It worked on IBM-compatible machines for a period. I don't know how long of a period, but it did. Because I definitely played on one. Alright. Short beverage break. Or Pat should have gone to bed an hour ago. I guess another thing, to go back to your question about why streaming so much, I think a big part of it is because I became a mod for SMW Central. That gave me an awful lot of more purpose for streaming things than I had before, since that was a thing that I could just do on stream. And that was even part of my application. I was like, yeah, I'll stream it. I still think the fact that I could write full coherent English sentences was probably the main reason I got made a mod. I didn't realize I was in that phase yet. There's 2 ways to fail. I think you have to dodge the attacks. I'll try. I'm doing okay on that. Like, it's not consistent. I don't know. I'll get there. I'm certain that it won't take me that much longer. We've gotten a couple really good runs where I am not standing in the wrong place for the fire attack. Is the end of that sentence. We're standing in the wrong place for that fire attack. I English good. No, please. It was a form. A Google form I signed it for. Did it while I was on an airplane, coming back from the East Coast oh so long ago. Why do I think I could duck out of that? I cannot believe I escaped that one. I really thought that was going to be it for Tails. Sorry, original character. Steve. The two-tailed fox. This block has been an albatross. Use crayon on your monitor. Yep, and I corrected it with whiteout. Got whiteout all over your screen. You think your Commodore 64 is really neato? What kind of chip you got in there, a Dorito? You're using a 286, don't make me laugh. Your Windows boots up in what, a day and a half? You could pack up your whole hard drive on a floppy diskette. You're the biggest joke on the internet. Your database is a disaster. You're waxing your modem, trying to make it go faster and better. I bet you're still living in your parents' cellar, downloading pictures of Sarah Michelle Keller, posting Me Too like some brain-dead AOLer. Should do the world a favor and cap you like old Yeller. You're just about as useless as JPEGs to Helen Keller. It's all about the Pentiums, as we all know. Oh, crap. I don't think wrapping was helping for some values of wrapping. Or maybe it was. Ah. Yeah, it's Weird Al. All About the Pentiums was a parody of All About the Benjamins that Weird Al did, God, I don't remember even how long ago. Much more memorable than All About the Benjamins, though. The fire is cast aside away from the boss. That's not a bad idea, thinking about it. Like, I've gotten close a few times, I just need to focus. And get a little bit lucky with the draws. Like, instead of immediately jumping when I see fire, sometimes running the other side might help. Like, right there. And mostly just... I flubbed that, there's no way. But at least I didn't take 2 damage. Saw it coming. Oh. Then there's that. Running with scissors. Yeah, that sounds about right. 99, 98. Drew carries in the video. Since, of course, the whole thing kind of takes place in an Office Space-esque cubicle farm. And that was the aesthetic at the time, with Dilbert and all that nonsense. I just like, you're just about as useless as JPEGs to Helen Keller. That's still a good line. It's full of good lines. I just like I like a little bit of nerd rap from time to time. Amusingly enough, Weird Al's White and Nerdy video has Key and Peele in it. You look carefully at the very beginning where they're clearly in a car. I didn't even see that spawn. Okay, oh. Yeah, I know. Nowadays we don't mention Dilbert. It's true. Times they are changing. I like some of the books back in the day. I still have a couple copies of them somewhere. As a child, I liked reading the comics. As an adult, I rather enjoyed other people's anecdotes that he published. Now find the umbrella. Alright, so it's not that phase yet. Brilliant. That was the other problem. After that phase, I was constantly getting hit by the fireball because I was standing around too long. Alright. Oh, no, no. Yes! Maybe. Ah, alignment error. Yes! I'm glad I went for it. Please don't have a second phase. Is this it? I guess it is. It's over. There's no more. Go home. That's it. Didn't you know who the author was till recently you watched the TV show and read the comics? Oh my. Thank you for the GGs. Freedom. Post-credit credits. Everything is over. Is there credits? Is there more? Is there something we're supposed to do, Louis? Is there anything else? Is this not it? I don't want to have to go fight the other boss. Now unban Yogui. I never banned him. I'm not going to ban him. Oh man, my fingers hurt. It's the damnedest thing. It's my right middle finger that always ends up hurting. All right. Victory! It took forever. That was a 5-hour-long level and change. I'm trying to think. Actually, I did have a couple of moderations where quite literally all I did was play one level for the entirety of the stream. And it was a middle level. It was in Disc Defrag. It was one of the earlier YouTube moderations. And I had, I think, 2 entire sessions that was just this level that was inspired by a Celeste level, which means you could easily fall down a lot. So, anyway, reminiscing over. We did that. It's hella late. I've gone for about an hour longer than I expected to.